Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small, actual criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going tonight, guys? Holy shit, my nose is red. That's cool. Okay, then. Amazing. Amazing. That being said, hey, so there's a bunch going on. I don't know if you guys noticed. There's like news and stuff everywhere. So I figured we'd have a little live stream and maybe talk about it. I'm not late. I was early. God damn it. Okay. Let me pull up this chat here. I'm going to organize my chat windows like always. And then we'll get started in just a second as we let people filter in for the show, I guess. Maybe no one will show up. That'd be cool, too. I'm really tired. It's late. I've had a long, busy day. That's the tough part of having like a morning schedule and then doing the night shows. If only I could do them during the day. Volume too low? What's up with my volume? That's interesting. Maybe that will help, the volume. Nose too red. I know. I noticed that when I was getting ready for the show, and I was like, well, that's going to cause some sort of chaos around. Everybody's going to be like, oh, my God, he's snorting children now. It's like, okay, whatever. So anyway, I cranked the volume on all the sources. If I need to, I could boost it more, but I think it's good. Is the April Kiwi Farms fake bait or legit? I believe it's fake. There's a lot in there that's pretty close to accurate. It's not really the way she writes, and there are a couple things in there that aren't true. That are specifically not true. There was like, okay, so someone probably put together this story, I guess, from things that I've said. And so I don't know. But I never spent the night with April at her house or anything like that. So that was the first thing that stood out to me. I was like, well, that doesn't seem like her then, because she said a couple nights. It's like, well, no, there were 0. So that kind of, I was like, okay, well, that clued me in. I didn't really worry about the rest of it. I mean, I read it, and there's a couple, like I said, there's a couple other discrepancies in there, but it's mostly a vague post. And so I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what the purpose was. I don't know what anybody's fucking purposes are anymore with that. So I think the best thing to do is just ignore most of it. Low sound. Let me reset my Rodecaster real quick. I'm getting a lot of complaints about that. So give me it's going to take a second for me to be able to talk again. So just give me a second. All right. Can you I assume hold on. I assume you can hear me now. It's still showing low. That's weird. Why does everything have to be a disaster? Is a really interesting question. Okay, I turned the mic volume back to auto. We got sound. It is better. Let's see. Okay. I wonder if I have any do I have any filters on here? I have a noise gate, but that's all. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? All right. So I don't really know what order we should do this in. But here's the deal. Here's what we got. We have Donald Trump. We have the Supreme Court with two major decisions. We have me. I got some fan mail. And we have Karen Reed. So Donald Trump is Donald Trump versus Elon Musk, which is of course that's the real story right now. That's been going on a bitter back and forth between two former lovers. So that's been kind of fun. Herrera in chat. Wait, is Brandon Herrera in here? Holy shit, hold on just a second. There he is. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing well. It's been a long fucking time. Need to talk to that guy again. Okay. I've almost got everything set up here. Good Lord. I think I've never done this before. What's up, Camelot? Camelot out there too. Oh, look. Brandon, I am. I'm doing good stuff. Doing well for myself. Having a good time. That's the most important things. Oh, and of course, guys, there's one last thing that we need to consider, and that is learning how to cook something. All of these options are at our supple fingertips, and yeah. Karmic coming for that number one spot. He's welcome to it. Karmic's hilarious. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, no. That's too bad. 1 second, guys. That was my son saying goodnight. But guys, I don't know. I don't know how to laugh harder at this. Steel yourselves for what I'm about to do. Some people are very uncomfortable with things like this, but it's happening right now. Holy shit. Alyssa Clips. Hey, Alyssa, how you doing? 26 minutes ago. Hi, friends. That's false. I've been dealing with some health issues, and after a recent visit to the ER, a large pancreatic mass was found. Well, that just sucks. I'm sorry. Uh, let's see. I've been advised this is urgent and needs attention ASAP. So I'm currently in the process of trying to get an appointment with an oncologist for surgery. Don't be surprised if you start seeing delays in content posting, and make sure you're following Stalin for current happenings. All channel donations are appreciated. Prayers, good vibes, even more so. Nick Ricada recently said to me, "Oh my God, I hope cancer does the work God won't." That doesn't sound like me at all. Why would I say that? Weird. So now might be a good time for those who wish $1 million to start buying your lotto tickets. There you go. I don't know. I hope she recovers 1,000,000 times. I don't give a fuck about these people. That's the funny thing. I would have in the past, even after like she disagreed with me or whatever. I didn't care about that shit. But she's an evil bitch. I don't know. You know, there's her backstory. Someone should do a documentary or something. It's a wild one. But you know, it doesn't really matter. It's easy to say that. It's hard to actually maintain wishing death on someone in the face of a reality thing. So Alyssa, I do apologize. Like I hate you, but that's actually really shitty. So I think you're a terrible trash human, but I don't want you dead, actually. And when I said that in the past, I'm sorry. Legitimately. Kind of terrible. But I was going through some shit. I'm sorry. It's not a great excuse. But I do think you're awful. But I don't think you should die painfully from cancer. That would suck. So, even for you. So yeah, there you go. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Other than I hope that they're able to find some sort of cure for her.
Grant Smith Ellis, you're a douche, nicka. Spewing read lies. No truth to you, nicka. Taillight's fake. You cop kissing rat. Conspiracy's real. Nick and Turtle Boy know that.
I'll allow it for now until it becomes an issue in our prosecution case.
You damn right, bitch. A Grant Smith Ellis is a little nerd, and we shit on him like a turd.
Whoa, that was a lot. That was a lot. Thank you. I should probably put that in the chats. The super tip system is up. You can actually interrupt the show with it as well. So feel free to do that. Let me type these in. I'm super quiet. Everybody's saying that, and I'm not sure what's up with that. More volume settings. Okay, so that works. Whoa! This should fix it right away. Sorry about that. Why the red nose? I don't know. It's just red tonight. Kind of weird. Who knows? Did we get the volume up? Like did that work? Cuz like I turned it up a lot. Should fix it. Let's see. Is it because I'm white? I don't know. I have no idea. My nose randomly gets red. It did it the other day, like mid live stream. Just going. It might have to do with my heat allergy. I don't know. There could be. I don't feel anything in there, like any injuries. So I don't know. Back when back when I did coke, you'd randomly get injuries inside your nose because it's a caustic and corrosive material that will eat away at the inner linings of your nose. And so you kind of have to watch it and take care of it. But the nice thing about not doing coke is not having to worry about it. But when my nose gets red, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's weird. Okay, so anyway, super tips at https supertip.gg/RL. Available. Use AI voices to read your super chats or whatever. Okay. Putting this out here. Snorted Adderall. No, I've done that in the past. It doesn't really do anything for me. Or didn't. Or whatever. So, no. Today was an Adderall free day, which is nice. I didn't have any thing that prevented me from being awake. That makes sense. Or sorry, no, I didn't have anything that I needed to be super alert for at any given time. Okay. What if you boof it? I don't know. That sounds terrible. What? Now my fucking... We're having a good time over here. Everything's working just fine. Let me hold on. I'll fix the camera. Jesus. Provigil, New Vigil for the win. I use Provigil. I don't use New Vigil. Dude, I see that the microphone is just not... it's really low. What the hell? This is wild. Everything's maxed out now. So, New Vigil didn't work for me. Yeah, I see that the mic is really low. I don't know why. I'm restarting OBS now. Just a second.
Feral, apple.
Apples. Did somebody say apples?
Yes, apples. I'll replay that in a second. Just a minute. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Go away. Oh my God. I don't care about any of this stuff. Just give me my camera back. Awful thing. Bad. Okay. I'm going to raise the gain on OBS here on the mic until I can troubleshoot this. I think if we do right around here, this seems like a pretty good safe spot, right? Is that better? Still quiet as fuck. What a lovely thing. I'll have to reboot my computer overnight. I have no idea what's up. No change on Rumble. Here you find, but you're on max volume. Very weird. I mean, I have a noise gate, but I don't have a compressor. I don't have a... I don't have anything like stopping on the top end. It's very weird. Okay, that being said, speaking of weird, what was this?
Feral, apple.
Apples. Did somebody say apples?
Yes, apples.
What was that? Like, what even was that? What was the point of all that? Feral? Apple? Apples? Did somebody say apples? Yes, apples. I don't get it. I'm lost and I'm very confused. Okay, guys. So where should we start? Maybe if you don't know, I'm sure you guys all know, everybody here. I've been covering the Karen Reed trial. We're going into day 28, I think, tomorrow of it. This thing is dragging on at an insane rate. Bev Canoni, the judge, just keeps issuing breaks and taking days off. It's really terrible. But we are going, we're in the defense's case in chief. They said week and a half. So at the end of this week, they should be done. The state has been effective behind the scenes. I'll try and talk about it more as I get some more details, but they've been effective behind the scenes at getting witnesses to not be able to testify, including this guy named Michael Easter. You tune in for 3 minutes and have to leave. It's agonizing. What's agonizing? Michael Easter will not be able to testify in the case because Beverly, or whatever, she's put up walls for the defense. It's crazy to watch because, the whole case is already corrupt. But to have the judge in on the corruption makes it it's disheartening, like for a defense team, for a defendant, right? Like your life is on the line, and seeing a judge just consistently shutting you down is something that doesn't make any sense at all. But we should have some good testimony over the next couple days and more fiery moments. And the defense is getting more and more frustrated with the judge, and they're actually raising arguments and filing motions pretty much daily. I'm trying to get a hold of more of those documents so we can review them in real time. But I have been covering that. It's typically every weekday from 8 a.m. Central to about 4 p.m. Central. So you can, tomorrow will be, I believe, that full 8 to 4 timeline. Intimidator 0108 says, "Hey, Nick, good to see you again." Hey, man, good to see you too. He says, "And I hope you're doing well tonight. By the way, if someone starts playing flight simulators more frequently, does that mean their interest in them has taken off?" I hope you're in a building that gets hit by a plane for these dad jokes. Like, someday you have to pay. You have to pay for this. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these jokes. Really pissing me off. Okay, let's hit these Scotus cases real quick. Should we start with the most fucking frustrating one? 4 days ago, sorry, I'm a little behind on it. The Karen Reed stuff takes up most of my time. Let's pull this up. Switch to this tab. Here we go. Here we go. The Supreme Court declines to hear gun control challenges. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. How does a dog smell with no nose? I don't know. Can barely hear you. What is going on with my mic, man? I have no idea. So on Windows, my volume was down really low on the volume was down really low on my microphone, but I fixed it. So that shouldn't be the problem anymore. But it didn't really seem to fix it at all. Holy shit. Where's all my... There we go. Hold on, we have a couple of these guys. FW says, if you met a trans woman who wasn't boring and you were single, would you be willing to date her? No. Not at all. Like, I don't care if other people do, but no. Sorry. It's a man, baby. I don't care what people do to their bodies. I don't care how they identify themselves. But as like for me and like you know, relationship stuff, I no. Former men are still men. Former women still women. I just don't see any of that. I don't see any purpose for it, right?
Aloha, Nick.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Miss you, brother. Okay. So back to this. The Supreme Court declines to hear gun control challenges after considering them at 15 consecutive conferences. The Supreme Court on Monday declined to take up two challenges to the gun control laws in Maryland and Rhode Island. In each case, 3 justices indicated that they would have granted the petition for review, leaving the challengers 1 vote short of the 4 needed for the court to hear oral arguments and weigh in on the merits of their case. In Snope versus Brown, the court declined to decide whether Maryland's ban on semi-automatic rifles, such as AR-15, AK-47, violates the Second Amendment's right to bear arms. Yes, it does. Period. There's no way around it. It is an infringement on your right to limit the scope of the right. I don't know why this is a complex thing. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Any limitation on what that right and the exercise of it looks like is an infringement. Period. Fucking period. You stupid 9 justices. Why is this so difficult? If I say you can have any beef you want, you have a right to all beef, and someone comes up and says, not prime rib, though. Well, no, you have a right to all beef. No, not prime rib. Why not? Because it's fully automatic prime rib. Like, it's very dangerous. You can't have that. That would be devastating to everybody around you going, wow, it's juicy and delicious and covered in au jus, like a Frenchman. Frenchman on Pride Month, covered in au jus. Au jus de l'homme. But then you go, well, but okay, that means I can't have all beef. It's very simple, like that. That's it. So what are we supposed to do with this? How do we allow these infringements to just go on and pretend like they're not? 9 other states in the District of Columbia have similar bans. So that's 10 states in D.C. that have banned semi-automatic rifles. The Maryland legislature enacted the law in 2013 in the wake of the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, in which a gunman killed 20 first graders and 6 adults. The full U.S. Court of Appeals for the 4th... Now, if I'm not mistaken, was Lanza's the one where his AR actually kind of jammed up and he switched to handguns? Hey guys, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something real quick. This is annoying. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Anyway, we're back. Sorry about that. I should have grabbed my other mic. Okay, so back to this. So this is after the Sandy Hook shooting in Newtown, Connecticut. The full U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit rejected the challenge to the law in 2017. But the full Court of Appeals agreed to consider the new challenge in 2024, less than 2 years after the Supreme Court's decision, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. Bruin was the case where everybody, like all of the, whatchamacallit, all of the gun control people got absolutely fucked. Because Bruin was the one where they're like, no, the Second Amendment's actually like real. In Bruin, the justices struck down New York's concealed carry law, holding that courts should only uphold gun restrictions in the future if there is a tradition of such regulations in U.S. history. An opinion by Judge J. Harvey Wilkinson, who is reportedly on the short list to fill the vacancy created by the death of then Chief Justice William Rehnquist during the George W. Bush administration, the full Fourth Circuit rejected the new challenge, which is amazing because the Supreme Court's like, here's how you deal with this. And they're like, you know what? No, not at all. We don't care. The majority first concluded that assault weapons are not protected by the Second Amendment's right to bear arms at all, quote, because in essence they are military-style weapons designed for sustained combat operations that are ill-suited and disproportionate to the need for self-defense. That's wrong. That's completely incorrect. First of all, they're not military-style weapons designed for sustained combat operations because if you're firing fully automatic rifles, you're emptying a 30-round magazine so quickly that it's stupid. There's no purpose in suggesting that this is for like sustained or long-term operation. They fire through them very quickly. That's a feature. It's not a bug. That being said, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? A military-style weapon is still an arm, and we have a right to keep and bear those arms. We have a right to bear arms. I want my bear arms. But even if the Second Amendment does protect the right to have assault rifles, it should. There's nothing in it that says, well, except these, though. Wilkinson continued, the law is still constitutional because it, quote, fits comfortably within our nation's tradition of firearms regulation. It is, he wrote, but another example of a state regulating excessively dangerous weapons once their incompatibility with a lawful and safe society becomes apparent, while nonetheless preserving avenues for armed self-defense. See, this doesn't make sense. Because assault weapons are assault rifles, whatever that means, tend to be one of the lower categories of, if this micropene counter's a lie. We can't have that. One of the lower categories of death-causing guns in the United States. This notion that's out there that assault rifles or semi-automatic rifles are a high risk gun is wrong. They're actually responsible for very few deaths comparative to handguns, which are the by far the dominant used gun to affect things or to kill people. From Anonymous, it says, you look and sound awful. I don't know what's up with the red nose, and I don't know what's up with the audio, so it's kind of weird. So, and it's not as prominent, I think the lighting is probably not helping. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know. I wish I could fix it right now, but I wonder if I have some wound on the inside of my nose. Man, look at that thing. That is so red. It's less red on this side. It is super red on this side. It must be on this nostril. Amazing. Amazing. The audio is fine. Yeah, I'll have to I got to reset everything tonight, I guess, and check it, cuz people were saying at the end of the Karen Reed case that like all of a sudden they were started complaining that it was harder to hear me than it had been. So I don't know if something went wrong or if like the mic had a problem. Let's see what this thing sounds seems normal. All the levels seem normal. That's the other weird part. Like I'm looking at everything and all the levels seem completely normal. Man, I'm going to have to take like a bunch of anti-inflammatory stuff tomorrow or else it'll be the same thing. Maybe. I don't know. Ah, yes, it must be the equipment's fault. Well, I mean, yeah. Like I didn't change any settings. Man, that's so fucking weird, Steve C. But I can see it. Like I can see trying to figure out if there's a Chrome setting that would cause that. But I don't think so. Volumes is low. Have you at the highest level? Did you get sunburned? No, this just flared up right before the show. It's probably either stress related or I might have. So I don't know if this is related to the cocaine use or whatever, but I don't remember it happening before. But sometimes I'll get like a pimple on the inside of my nostril. And so it could be that. I don't know. But hey, there's nothing I can do about it live, so we'll just keep going. Here we go. Okay, but even if the Second Amendment does protect the right to have assault rifles, Wilkinson continued, the law is still constitutional because it fits comfortably within our nation's tradition of firearms regulation. But that's really weird because there isn't a tradition of firearms regulation. Not a long one. It's a very short one. But another example of, state regulating excessively dangerous weapons once their incompatibility with lawful and safe society becomes apparent. But these aren't. Judge Julius Richardson dissented from the court's decision, joined by 4 other judges: Paul Niemeyer, G. Stephen Agee, A. Marvin Quattlebaum, and Allison Jones Rushing, stressing that the Second Amendment is not a second-class right subject to the whimsical discretion of federal judges. Thank you. Richardson argued that the assault weapons barred by the law are indisputably covered by the Second Amendment. And although Richardson acknowledged that history and tradition support the banning of weapons that are both dangerous and unusual, he concluded that the ban was nonetheless unconstitutional because the Maryland law prohibits the possession of arms commonly possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes. And that's right. I mean, there's nothing about these rifles that is particularly unlawful or particularly dangerous or particularly anything, other than they just kind of look a little bit cooler than other ones. The challengers came to the Supreme Court last summer, asking the justices to take up their case. They stressed that assault rifles like the AR-15 are the best-selling rifles in the country. They are owned by millions of Americans and have accounted for approximately 20% of all firearm sales in the country for over a decade. And if the Fourth Circuit's decision is allowed to stand, they caution then states could place restrictions on virtually any gun in the country except for handguns, which is weird because handguns are by far the most dangerous and the highest death count guns in or category of guns in the United States. Allegan News says, daughter just made sideline cheer. Do you have any advice? No, I don't. While I was quote unquote a cheerleader, we weren't any good at it. Like the male cheerleaders, all we did was lift the girls. We didn't do any like cheering at all. So my job, I actually was captain. I don't know, that was a bad idea. My job was to keep the girls from getting fat. And so I made them work out a whole lot. Stop eating and start working out. So that was my role for the most part. And so I developed their exercise program and the punishments for them being late to practice and stuff, which all involved doing a lot of fucking running or doing a lot of push-ups. Things that none of them had done in years. It was really funny. Do I remember any cheer songs? No. No, not at all. What do we got here?
Nicholas, the red-nosed lawyer, had a very shiny nose.
It's true.
And if you ever saw it, Kurt still has a micropeen.
Aw, poor Kurt. I didn't know we were going to do micropeens tonight. I keep wondering when people get just ultimately tired of the micropeen joke. I don't know if I ever will. I mean, certain ones, I feel like, I'm like, that was kind of low energy. But like a decent one, it always laughs. There always makes me laugh. He does and is ashamed. No, I don't. Like I said, we were an unorthodox male cheerleading group. Like none of us had really done it. Like none of us had done it before at all. And so we didn't want to do much of anything other than just lift women, which is great. Okay, the state urged the justices to leave the Fourth Circuit's ruling in place. Nearly 2 decades ago, in District of D.C. versus Heller, they noted the justices struck down a District of Columbia law that generally banned the possession of handguns. In that decision, the state stressed the Supreme Court left no doubt that weapons that are the most useful in military service, M16 rifles and the like, may be banned. Thanks, Scalia, for dropping that juicy bit in D.C. versus Heller. But in any event, the state continued there's no reason for the justices to weigh in on this dispute now, when only one other court of appeals has even considered the question. Justices Samuel Alito and Neil Gorsuch indicated that they would have granted the challenger's petition. And see, here, of course, we have Alito, who's steadfast and stalwart, right? Gorsuch joins in. I don't know where Clarence Thomas is in this, but I'm guessing he's on their side as well. Justice Brett Kavanaugh penned a brief statement regarding the court's decision to deny review. He suggested that because, quote, millions of Americans own AR-15s and that a significant majority of the states allow possession of those rifles, the challengers, quote, have a strong argument that AR-15s are in common use by law-abiding citizens and therefore are protected by the Second Amendment. See, this is such a weird standard. It's like, well, if they're commonly used, then we can't ban them. It's like, well, why? Like, they're either dangerous, too dangerous for society, or they're not. So them being in common use shouldn't have anything to do with it. That's not an objective standard. That's a very weirdly subjective standard. Mr. K, you feel like the banner shouldn't scroll for the entire stream? It makes the clips you upload a weird. Well, I don't think I'll be clipping this video. Let's see. So here we go. But that's a good thing to keep in mind. I'll think about it for the trial streams. Haven King says here in Brazil they want to arrest a comedian for making dark jokes. Can't make fun of black people, man. Can't do it. Okay, where's the common art? Shit, where the hell did the common thing go? Strong argument they're in common use by law-abiding citizens and therefore are protected by the Second Amendment. Again, there isn't a common use clause in the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment just says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It doesn't say the right to keep and bear arms that are in common use by law-abiding citizens shall not be infringed. Like it doesn't say that. I don't know where they got it. Indeed, he posited, under this court's precedents, the Fourth Circuit's decision is questionable. And the court's decision not to take up the case should not be interpreted as an endorsement of it. But it is. Like, it 100% is an endorsement of it. If the court refuses to take up a case that has questionable constitutionality, what can we assume other than the endorsement of the existing decision? That doesn't make any sense. And the court's decision not to take up that case should not be interpreted as an endorsement of it. Kavanaugh observed that with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit having decided this issue and several other courts of appeals currently considering the same question, this court should and presumably will address the AR-15 issue soon in the next term or two. So what he's referring to there is a generation of a circuit split. And once you have a circuit split, the issue needs to be resolved by the Supreme Court. And that really is the Kickstarter. The fact that there are circuits that haven't addressed the issue versus circuits that have addressed the issue negatively, there aren't circuits that have addressed the issue positively. So we don't have a circuit split in that way, but he's saying we think we probably will soon. So hopefully they'll figure it out. I don't know. It's really fucking annoying to me.
Micropene will always be funny, just like you as cheerleading. Caption, oh my caption.
Caption, oh my caption. Oh, caption, my caption. Oh, so just while we're here, while I have you guys, I got another ethics complaint. I got an ethics complaint for talking about my former nanny. Apparently, saying things online that are true about someone is now an ethical violation in the minds of retarded people. So those idiots send ethics complaints to the Lawyers Professional Responsibility Office in Minnesota and say, get rid of him. You got to ban him from practice or whatever. And it's weird because it's like, look, I didn't give my kid alcohol. This lady did. All I did was find out about it and I said it. And this guy's like, you can't do that. Get him out of there. He lost that ethics complaint. So Aaron wasn't lying when he said a complaint was filed. Apparently not. I don't know. It was wrapped in plastic on, I think it's wrapped in plastic is the person on Twitter. That loser's the one who sent it in. Which I'll have to go grab it. I left it upstairs. We can talk about that wrapped in plastic. You guy's a weirdo. You continued to let her be around your kid for how long after you learned she gave them booze? I learned she gave them booze a year after she left. God, fucking weird people. Let's see. Justice Clarence Thomas dissented from the denial of review. Good job. Because AR-15s are arms, he reasoned, the Maryland law can only be upheld if the state can show that its ban is consistent with the country's historical tradition of gun regulation. And AR-15s do not, Thomas stressed, fall within the historic exception for dangerous and unusual weapons, because the AR-15s are not unusual, but in fact the most popular civilian rifle in the United States. And they're not unusual because it's just a rifle. It's just firing a rather small round, from a barrel forward. Dangerous and unusual weapons would be like, they typically are like grenades, like a 40 millimeter grenade launcher, are they 20 millimeters? 20 millimeter, 20 mics, I think they're called. Those are probably categorized as dangerous and unusual weapons because they fire a high explosive device, sometimes with shrapnel in it. That's not normal. That's not the thing that we would normally do. That's not a normal rifle. Now, I personally think that those should be protected under the Second Amendment as well. But at least you can see, there's a huge difference between those and just firing a dead projectile. You have to hold some kind of record for ethics complaints. Now, I actually lost track of how many I have. I know I'm over 60, I think I'm at 62. I think I'm at 62 ethics complaints. I don't know what the record is. I don't know, but I'm going for it. Oh, and I'm 62-0, by the way. I have defeated every single one so far. The one I'm currently fighting is a little bit more complicated. Most of them are dismissed out of hand. Like this one was dismissed before I even knew it existed. But I am currently fighting I'm fighting an ethics complaint that has not been immediately dismissed. It was sent in, I think in August of last year. So I wasn't really doing much other than dealing with my criminal case. I had been charged, but I hadn't pled or anything at that point. And someone filed a complaint, and now I have to respond to the complaint that they filed. And the complaint itself involved the charges about, the drug charges. And so then they asked me to respond the other day, and so I did. And I was like, well, I can't find any rules that you say I violated, and I'm not going to tell you that I violated rules if you don't accuse me of them. That doesn't make any sense. Then he wrote back to me and he said, well, it was 8.4 subdivision B, I think is what it was, which is that's the catch-all one. It's like, if a lawyer in the course of representation does anything fraudulent or whatever, it's like, but my crime didn't have any fraudulent, any fraud or dishonesty in it at all. So, now, before anybody bitches and says, oh, you lied about something online. First of all, no, I didn't. In regards to the case, I did not. There's a game of telephone out there that says that I did, and people have taken it as true. But go find the fucking clip and play it, and that'll be great. Every time someone goes and finds a clip, they go, well, you can infer. And it's like, well, you can infer a lot of things from a lot of shit. But that's not what I said. So that aside, they mean a crime of dishonesty, like a criminal charge for fraud, for example, or theft by swindle. Those are what they're talking about. Not like he said something online about his case that is inconsistent with something within his case after, it was resolved. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about actual crimes of dishonesty, which is a category of criminal acts. And I wasn't charged with any of those. So that makes it really tough to sustain some sort of ethical violation because, I don't have it. So I just wrote back and I was like, I didn't do anything. I didn't have any clients at the time. I didn't have prospective clients. I wasn't soliciting for clients. If someone called me, I would tell them, no, I wasn't taking clients. And I might refer them to someone else if I, had a quick referral. But in general, I just told people, yeah, I'm not even interested in taking clients. I don't want to practice law. Leave me alone. So that one I'm waiting for a response for. But usually I just beat them right away. Nick has become such a twitchy fuck. Stop swaying. You're the one swaying. I'm sitting still. Very weird of you to do that. People say that the Second Amendment is in context of the militia. No, don't necessarily agree, but is it a valid conclusion? No, it's not. It's because they don't really get the English breakdown of the sentence, which maybe we can take a peek at it real quick. I mean, how often do we look at the Second Amendment? No, hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit. All right. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution protects the rights of the people to keep and bear arms. It states, quote, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay. They're saying a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Great. That's a prefatory clause. It has nothing to do with the subsequent clause. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It does not say that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed so long as they are in said militia, or so long as the bearing of arms is related to the militia, so long as the militia is in charge of the type of arms that are being used. It doesn't say anything like that. It's just a clause. It says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So the idea here is that the other part of this is that a militia is necessary to the security of a free state. And since that is true, it is also true that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, because they would make up the militia. But that's not a requirement. It is not incumbent upon the first statement to produce the second statement. It's just two concepts that happen to exist in a relatable state. So people who try to say that the second clause is dependent on the first clause are not correct. Not correct at all. Are you on the wrong mic? I'm not. I don't know what's going on with my mic. Something is happening with it. I don't know. I can crank the volume everywhere and it's still, like, I can see that it's only going about half as loud as it should. So something's off. I don't know if it's in my Rodecaster, something's off. I don't know if it's on my laptop. I have no idea. That's better. Okay, I turned off the automatic mic adjustment. So StreamYard was suppressing it down, but I think that I do think there's something else going on too. I just have cranked shit. What is this? What do we have here? By the way, if you guys haven't tried out Super Tips, you should definitely do that at some point.
A guy walked into a job interview wrapped in cellophane naked. The interviewer said, "I'll wave a kite so I that because go after I see your nuts," and sent him home. Micropene will never get you the job.
I don't know. Like, sometimes the AI, like, it didn't know what to do with that quote, the quotation mark. That's what that was. It's like, I had to pick its bow. It's like, what the fuck just happened? Holy shit. That was great. I like that. Okay, we've got a couple other super chats here. Let's see what. Okay, Justin says, "Hey Nick, can you shout out my Give Send Go called Bringing My Family Home?" Guys, check out Give Send Go Bringing My Family Home from Justin, and see how that works. I don't know anything about it, but you're welcome to check it out. Allegan News says this helps other cases. They just admitted AR is common and widely circulated. Well, I mean, they didn't though. You know, not in a precedental opinion. That was one of the things that Scalia kind of goes back and forth on it in Heller. Scalia's an asshole, by the way, for the way he wrote Heller. Debbie says volume is low, heavy at the highest level. Did you get sunburned? I think I read that one earlier. And Allegan News says, daughter just made sign language here. Do you have any advice? Okay, we read that one too. Sorry, just making sure that we're all caught up. And Allegan News says, Super Tips has to add a preview. Yeah, I would like that. I would like that. I will suggest it. They're about to have a massive update. Super Tips is still technically in beta. And so it doesn't. It's got some things that need to happen still, but. Brigada Law. Twitch streams win. Shall I give my Amazon Prime sub to Amaranth? No, please don't. Teluvian says, not in a precedental decision. What is this decision? This is just the dissent. They're just writing the dissent to not accepting the cases. So for now, these the words of like Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh here don't have any effect. You think it's getting less read? It could be. It could be. I have no idea. Okay, here we go. Thomas stressed they fall within the historic exception for dangerous and unusual weapons. They're not unusual, but in fact the most popular civilian rifle in the United States. Thomas would not wait, he wrote, to decide whether the government can ban it, particularly when, he said, lower courts in the jurisdictions that ban AR-15s appear bent on distorting this court's Second Amendment precedents. Yeah, they all just ignored Bruin. It was nuts. Jim Tells You says, check out the Mexico versus Smith & Wesson case yesterday. Oh, yeah, don't worry. That's in my list. 9-0, Kagan stated AR-15 in common use for lawful purposes. That is huge. That's huge. Also, tell all these losers to sub to my channel and see my co-host, Good Logic. Guys, check out Jim Tells You on YouTube and Rumble, I think. Anywhere good podcastery is sold. And his co-host, Good Logic, is on there. I'll be joining Jim at some time. He invites me all the time to his show, and I do intend to go on it at some point here. Frederick Little says, would you get a Switch too? I mean, I'm sure I'll get a couple of them for my kids, but I don't give a shit about them. Alligan News says, who gives F about decent? Let's move on to dissent. Let's move on to today's rulings where they had to admit AR is a common weapon. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. I care about the dissenting opinions or the dissent to hearing this case. This case has to happen. Although having it in the Mexico case is really, really important. So that's good. All right, here we go. In Ocean State Tactical versus Rhode Island, the justices rejected a challenge to Rhode Island's ban on large capacity magazines, which state law defines as a device capable of holding more than 10 rounds of ammunition that can be fed into a semi-automatic weapon. Again, can you imagine, like, your semi-automatic rifle, your cool AR-15 is limited to 10 rounds. Like, 30 rounds isn't enough. 10 certainly, it's like, it's not great at all. I don't have any guns right now, obviously. During my probation, I'm not allowed to own or possess them. But I had a 243. It was I think it's a Winchester 243. I got from my grandfather, his old hunting rifle. And it's semi-automatic, although it doesn't look like an AR, and it feels weird. It's like I would feel uncomfortable trying to fire rapidly. It can do it, but I would feel uncomfortable doing it. The magazine for that only held like 5 or 6 rounds in it as well. So it was very strange. It was way different than my AR-15 was. But yeah, having 10 rounds in a 5.56 or whatever, like, it's nothing. Semi-automatic weapons that use detached magazines allow the shooter to take the magazine out once all the rounds have been fired and swap in a new one. Fixed magazine guns seem insane to me too, for like an AR. Like, the whole thing is messed up. Like, leave them the fuck alone. The state passed a law in June 2022, shortly before the court's decision in Bruin, after a mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, in which an 18-year-old with an AR-15 style rifle killed 19 students and 2 teachers, which is kind of crazy. It's That's a high score. The law gave Rhode Islanders who already owned large capacity magazines approximately 6 months to modify the magazines. They did not hold more than 10 rounds. Turn the magazines over to police, transfer the magazines out of state, or sell the magazines to someone who could legally own the devices, such as a licensed gun dealer or an out-of-state buyer. Like, that's an insane proposition. It's like, these are very dangerous. Everybody should sell them privately. Wait, what? That goes against all common, I don't care, but like that goes against all common sense in the way government handles gun sales. Like, oh, no, we want you to have a fucking fire sale and all your stuff.
You didn't leave an event and go home when she allegedly called drunk and was employed by you for up to a week after. Anything could have happened. I don't trust you. No parent I know would have handled it that way.
You didn't leave an event and go home when she allegedly called drunk and was employed by you for up to a week after. Anything could have happened. I don't trust you. No parent I know would have handled it that way. You know, it's a tough one because she called intoxicated, but it was also late at night. The kids were asleep. Or if they weren't asleep, they were in bed. So it's like, I don't know. She wasn't particularly putting the children in danger or anything. So I don't know. It's tough. It's not like she was driving the kids around drunk. Like if she would have done anything like that, or if I had known that she gave my kid alcohol, I would have fired her immediately. But it's a tough question. It's not so simple. She'd been working with us for years. At the time, she developed relationships with all the kids and stuff. Like, man, I don't know. I know some people don't like how I handled it, which is fine. I don't give a shit what you think about it. Doesn't really matter. But you can be mad at me or not. But it's not such an obvious decision. Life is so much more complicated than it sounds. It's like, oh, well, if this happens, then you do this. Well, do you all the time do that? I don't know. We don't. Nobody acts that way. They talk that way online, but they don't act that way at all. But I don't know. It's a tough one. How'd you know someone was drunk over the phone? I mean, she sounded pretty torched. Allegan says, got to monetize the haters is good use of super tips. Yeah, I really want to ream me out. Just use super tips. Have it do it in person. Pick a friend of mine or an enemy of mine or whatever and have them say, you're a dumb junkie who sucks. Be like, oh, thanks. My feelings, they hurt. Nick, get help. You're not the same person at all. No, I went through a significant amount of trauma. Like, it's my fault, I know, but like I went through that and yes, I changed. Get help. You get help, silly. What do you want me to do? You think they're going to change me back? That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. It's like, no, you're going to get help. It's like, oh, okay. I'm going to go somewhere and they're going to be like, we're going to get you back. We're going to get you back to before all this other stuff happened. And that's how humans work. Well, hold on. We just fix like a car or whatever. That's a silly thing to say. All right, here we go. Back to this. The law gave Rhode Islanders who already own large capacity magazines approximately 6 months to modify them. Or sell them off. 4 gun owners and a gun store filed a lawsuit challenging the ban. A federal district court rejected their request to temporarily block the law while the challenge to it continued. The gun owners appealed to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit, which also left the law in place, even assuming that the Second Amendment's right to bear arms covers the right to have large capacity magazines. The Court of Appeals reasoned the law is still likely to be constitutional, which again doesn't make sense. How is restricting the functionality of an arm in and of itself by restricting the capacity of a an interchangeable part. The magazine is part of the gun. Okay, like it may be detachable or whatever, but it's required for the gun to function. Something has to put bullets into the into the chamber so that those bullets can then be fired off. Something has to do that in one way or another. Now, the detachable magazines are one way. A fixed magazine would be another way. Some like belt device, is another way that it could be done. There are multiple options here, but the most common one is a magazine. It's it largely keeps the unfired bullets protected. They're convenient, they're durable, they're cheap as fuck, they're not super heavy. There's all kinds of advantages to them. But those are part of the gun. All of them are part of the gun. They're required in some way to function. The fact that there are different options doesn't mean that the one isn't part of the firearm in and of itself. Again, it is an infringement on the right to keep and bear arms. It is infringement on the right to own firearms in the first place. When you say you can own a firearm, but you can't own these magazines, you can't own the mechanism by which the firearm functions. That's silly. The Black Blade says, interesting fact, I was able to purchase an exact Beretta 9mm BB gun for safe practicing. It works. Take care. You got this, Nick. Micropeen. Oh, we're 4 on the micropeen counter. I like it. Allegan News says, oh no. If Get Nick gets back, is that a good idea? Where do we turn him back to? Yeah, when do you turn me back to? And if you did, turn me back to before everything, would I then go back through it? Would I make the same decisions? That's weird. BobTube says, what will Gabe Hoffman announce? I don't know. Maybe he's latent homosexuality. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about this Gabe Hoffman guy. Apparently, he's done some investigation into me. Kind of curious what the hell he thinks he's going to find, because I don't know. My life was kind of shredded open for the public. So who knows? What? He's going to come out, he's going to be like, he did cocaine. Oh. Okay. I guess. And Molly. And he did LSD and mushrooms. Ketamine. Yeah, I guess. I guess it happened. So, what does that matter to anybody? It's very strange. Okay. So this is amazing. First, the Court of Appeals explained the Rhode Island ban does not place any meaningful burden on the right to bear arms for self-defense. Civilians rarely, if ever, have to use a rapid and uninterrupted discharge of many shots, much less more than 10, to defend themselves, the First Circuit suggested. They just made that up. People would rarely have to do that. Therefore, there's no reason for us to do it. That's still an infringement on the right. What the fuck? I don't get it. Second, the Court of Appeals continued, the ban is consistent with the historical tradition of regulating firearms to guard against broader threats to public safety. For example, the risks posed by the presence of large quantities of gunpowder and restrictions on sawed-off shotguns. Those are nothing like a ban on on magazine capacity. Nothing at all. That's insane. Allegan News says, let's get to today's SCOTUS. It was fun having libs have to defend guns, reverse discrimination. We're gonna get there. We're going to get there. We're almost done with this. The gun owners came to the Supreme Court in August asking the justices to take up their case. They emphasized that the ban applies to magazines that tens of millions of Americans, many Rhode Islanders included, have long lawfully kept and borne for lawful purposes such as self-defense. I want to see someone who took out a PMag or whatever and beat someone to death with it. That'd be awesome. If this was a 10-round PMag, you wouldn't have been able to kill some guy with it. The The Court of Appeals used the wrong test, they argued. The Supreme Court's decision in Bruin directs courts to consider how a law burdens the right to bear arms, rather than looking at, as the First Circuit did, the magnitude of the law's burden. But in any event, the gun owners insisted the First Circuit's theory that the scope of the right to keep and bear arms depends on what the government thinks is necessary to exercise it is irreconcilable with the very notion that the Second Amendment protects a fundamental right. Of course it is. And it's also, the Second Amendment does not require tyranny, but the Second Amendment was written in part with the idea of tyranny in mind, and the militia being necessary to the security of a free state. That militia is also, it was supposed to be, I should say, a bulwark against tyranny, because the militia was independent of the government. The militia was something that is adjacent to governmental function, but was not actually part of the government, and it was independently organized, certainly independent from the federal government, although the federal government could muster the militia. A weird relationship. Drinky Crow with the pink boy, thank you. Says, holy shit, Rudolph, you have Coke residual on your giant nose. Impressive. Don't touch your nose for 30 minutes. I guess. I mean, I don't actually have any Coke there, because I haven't had any in a very, very long time. I joke a lot, but I'll be really serious for a second. I haven't seen it, haven't touched it. I don't have any desire for it. It's gone. Like, it was a phase. It was, there's a lot of cool, fun stuff that happened in it, but it was ultimately devastating. Blah, blah, blah. I have to say this like every fucking day, but it's over. It's over. My nose being red may be like a leftover remnant of, damn it, it's itchy, of doing the cocaine. I don't know. Like because I don't remember it like randomly getting red up at the tip before. So it might be like there could be some like lingering damage or something in there. I don't know. I'm not a nose doctor. Is that a rhinoceros? I think that's what what do we have? We have a chat here from WSX. You're not a bad person and your content is premium. I hope you plan on letting yourself off the hook at some point. Time served, in my opinion. I mean, I mostly am. I'm just like, I try to be honest about everything, because people get very sensitive, and if they think you're dodging stuff, it's just like, I'll talk about it openly, and then they get mad. They're like, how dare you glorify it? It's like, well, I'm not trying to, but people do drugs because they're like fun. It doesn't make it okay, but so there were things that were fun while I was on them in that time frame. So it's like, God. See, now you got me thinking about it. Now it's all itchy. In that time frame, there is fun stuff that happened. That doesn't make it the right thing to do. But like, all those memories are there. All those things happen. So now it's just like, well, just talk about it. Talk candidly. God, you made me all self-conscious. Damn it. Feels like there's. Did you hate that when you like notice something and then you can't stop noticing? Like Jews. All right, here we go. Where are we? Moreover, they told the justices, there is no historical tradition in our nation of prohibiting ammunition feeding devices or firearms based on their capacity to fire without being reloaded. 100% true. 100% true. It's just not there. Raggedy Man says, hey, Nick, have a Fresca on me or whatever soft drink you like. Keep your chin up. I got Wild Cherry Pepsi upstairs. I'm finishing off this Orange Crush right now. Thank you very much. Allegan News says, monetize the haters, talk about the law. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. But I'd rather monetize like the people who want to be here. I mean, monetizing the haters is fine. They're welcome to, donate and say whatever. I don't really care that much about it. Again, if you say anything nasty about my family members, you'll be removed. I've tolerated enough of that. But if you want to say nasty stuff about me, I don't give a shit. Go for it. All right. Bans on other weapons like sawed-off shotguns and machine guns do not justify the Rhode Island law because those weapons have never been common among law-abiding citizens and they pose different risks. I don't think sawed-off shotguns or machine guns, I don't know, whatever. I think they're awesome. I got nothing else. I just think they're fucking cool. So it's... Rhode Island urged the justices. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. My bad. Rhode Island's ban also violates the Fifth Amendment the gun owners added, which bars the government from taking private property for public use unless it provides just compensation. So, right, I mean, kind of, unless they plan on providing that just compensation for the, like a turn-in thing. The law not only prohibits residents from owning large-capacity magazines in the future, the gun owner said, but it also confiscates them from law-abiding citizens who lawfully acquired them long before the ban was enacted. Rhode Island urged justices to leave the First Circuit's decision in place. The state still allows gun owners to have semi-automatic weapons, it stressed, but owners of those weapons simply have to change magazines more often with the smaller capacity magazines. Thanks! This is important, the state wrote, because reports from mass shootings make clear that any pause in fire, such as the pause to switch magazines, allow for precious seconds in which to escape or take defensive action. They also create a vulnerability for someone who's defending themselves. Like by logical necessary extension, that's what has to happen. If it makes it advantageous for someone you're tracking down to murder to have a pause in your firing, it also makes it advantageous for the person who's tracking you down to murder you for you to have a pause in your ability to fire back. How dumb. The ban does not burden the gun owner's Second Amendment rights, the state argued. Because magazines are only accessories for guns, not arms. Now, fuck you. They're part of the arm itself. It's just that they're detachable. But the law is nonetheless consistent with the historical tradition of regulations that promote safety while protecting instruments used for self-defense. The state also pushed back against the gun owner's contention that the ban constitutes an unconstitutional taking in violation of the Fifth Amendment. Owners of large-capacity magazines, the state said, have the free choice to transfer, surrender, or modify their magazines to come into compliance. In a brief, unsigned order, the court denied the challenger's petition for review. Thomas Alito and Gorsuch indicated without more that they would have granted the petition. Okay, so that's the Scotus blog review. I'm not going to go in. I don't want to go in and read their dissents or whatever. I think the summary is enough for tonight. But let's get to the next one. 1 second, I have to do something gross. Ah! Okay. Trying to clean out this nostril. Because, geez. Now, like, again, because I'm thinking about it, I feel something in there the whole time. I figured you guys didn't want to watch that, though. It's kind of gross. Snorted. Yes. Yes, I'm trying to clear out a nostril. There we go. All right. So, we have this one. What is the... Okay, now I'm just looking for the... Fucking hell. There it is. Supreme Court unanimously rejects Mexico's $10 billion suit against Smith & Wesson. So this is from guns.com. cool. Boom! That's a big fucking revolver right there. YouTube, don't ban me. This is a picture on a website. It's not a gun. Like, not one that's here. You know what I mean? I hope. Otherwise, I'm banned forever. This has to be wrong. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, Supreme Court unanimously rejects Mexico's $10 billion suit. Yeah. In a 9-0 decision delivered by one of the High Court's most liberal members. So Elena Kagan wrote the opinion, I believe, which is just fucking great. Just fantastic. The government of Mexico saw its lawsuit blaming American gun makers shot down in flames this week. Estados Unidos Mexicanos versus Smith and Wesson Brands, Inc. was before the U.S. Supreme Court in March. Noel Francisco, the former Solicitor General of the United States during President Trump's first term, argued for the gun companies. In contrast, Kate Stetson of Hogan Lovells, one of the largest law firms in the world, argued for Mexico. Let's see what Kate Stetson looks like. Shall we? Over under 170 pounds. What do you guys think? Where's your shiny shirt? I didn't wear a shiny shirt today. I wasn't sure if I was going to live stream until very close to when it started. Double that, over. Average is 185. Well, I think maybe she's not actually giant. What is going on here? I don't trust this at all. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. Obviously AI. How old is the photo? I don't know. I guess I could let me see if I can find now. Oh, wait. How recent is this? She's fatter in this video. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. Something's going on. Something ain't right here. You can't fool me. I don't want to. No, I don't want that. Yep, see? Hold on, I'll show you. I don't believe this shit at all. See, now some Instagram tomfoolery is happening here. What is this shit? What is that? That's way wider. There's a very fluid size going on here. Look at this. See, I don't know. Something's happening. Something's happening. You think that's a woman? I'm not sure. No woman I know would go hard in the paint on behalf of Mexico against guns. No. Stetson contended that the gun makers aided and abetted violations of gun laws to put guns in criminals' hands, and those criminals harmed Mexico. First of all, No, they didn't. Second of all, fuck Mexico. Rory M says, missed you, Nick. Best wishes for you and your family. Hey, thank you. Best wishes right back to you, Rory. If that is your name. Thus voiding the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, which shields the industry from frivolous lawsuits. Francisco took the opposite position and made an argument that PLAA explicitly protects the gun companies from the wildly broad suit. On Thursday, wait, what? Okay. On Thursday, the court agreed with Francisco in a unanimous decision with Justice Elena Kagan, a 2010 appointment by Obama, pending the ruling. They reversed an earlier judgment by the lower court and remanded the case for further proceedings consistent with the opinion. Let's pull this ruling up. How many pages is 24 pages? It's not that bad. Should we take a peek at it? Let's take a look at this. I don't know. We don't need the whole thing. Let's take a look at the intro here. Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act bars certain lawsuits against manufacturers and sellers of firearms. As relevant, it provides that a qualified civil liberty action may not be brought in any federal or state court, and defines that term to include a civil action or proceeding against a firearms manufacturer or seller stemming from the criminal or unlawful misuse of a firearm by a third party. But PLCAA's general bar on these suits has an exception, usually called the predicate exception. Relevant here. That exception applies to lawsuits in which the defendant, manufacturer, or seller knowingly violated a state or federal statute applicable to the sale or marketing of firearms, and the violation was the proximate cause of the harm for which relief is sought. So basically, they have a negligence protection. But if they knowingly violated a law, they lose their protection. That makes sense, right? Like that's a sensible sort of way to do that. What is this?
I need more money for man juice to upgrade from micro peens to mini peens or maybe even BB peens. Wolfgang rocks my socks. Uyuyui is with penguins and Angry Banaling is still a road in India.
Man, whatever happened to that weirdo? He's like, no, you suck at Dark Souls. Well, you suck at not arranged marriages or something. I don't know.
Haters are just mad they got micropene and have a boring life. They should not have allowed Mohel to cut off their foreskin.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my gosh, we had to do it. What are you going to do? You leave all that skin there. It's not safe. Have I watched Trooper Paul yet? We were watching Trooper Paul, then we switched to Trooper Proctor. It's been pretty funny so far. Okay, back to this guy. What I need to do is I need to reframe the super chats or the super tips so that they can occur even if I have like this set up or so that they'll occur in this space above my head or something. Oh, excuse me, I'm tired. The predicate violation PLCAA demands. Can we get rid of this side panel? No, apparently not. Excuse me. May come from aiding and abetting someone else's firearms offense. PLCAA itself lists as examples 2 ways in which aiding and abetting qualifies. When a gun manufacturer or seller aids and abets another person in making a false statement about a gun sales legality or in making specified criminal sales. And more broadly, because federal law provides that whoever aids and abets a federal crime is punishable as a principle. A gun manufacturer that aids and abets a federal gun crime may itself commit a PLCAA predicate violation. Here, the government of Mexico sued 7 American gun manufacturers, alleging that the companies aided and abetted unlawful gun sales that routed firearms to Mexican drug cartels. Tara Rayner says, do Trooper Paul's cross. It's hilarious. Heart your favorite Canadian. I'm not going to do that on tonight's show. I'm not going to do that here. But I'm not opposed to it. Okay. More broadly, because federal law provides that whoever aids and abets federal crime is punishable as a principle, a gun manufacturer that aids and abets. Oh, wait, we already read that. Fucking hell. The basic theory of its suit is that the defenders failed to exercise reasonable care. Okay. I don't know why I would do that. To prevent trafficking of their guns into Mexico, and so are responsible for the harms arising there from the weapons misuse, which is crazy. Like, if you sell a gun, it's out of your possession. It goes somewhere else. I guess maybe if they were like, if it's like, oh yes, would you deliver like 2,000 guns or whatever to the Salinas cartel? Like, I other than that though, like I can't really see how they have any control over where the guns go, right? Allegan News says Twitch movie night need Blazing Saddles night. I would love to, but Twitch got rid of movie night. Like you can't do them anymore. That theory implicates PLCAA's general prohibition, so the complaint tries to plead its way into the predicate exception. It alleges that the manufacturers were willful accessories in unlawful gun sales by retail gun dealers, which in turn enabled Mexican criminals to acquire guns. And it sets out three kinds of allegations relating to how the manufacturers aided and abetted retailers' unlawful sales. The manufacturers allegedly, 1, supply firearms to retail dealers whom they know illegally sell to Mexican gun traffickers. 2, have failed to impose the kind of controls on their distribution networks that would prevent illegal sales to Mexican traffickers. And 3, make design and marketing decisions intended to stimulate cartel members' demand for their products. The district court dismissed the complaint, but the First Circuit reversed, finding Mexico had plausibly alleged that defendants aided and abetted illegal firearm sales. Of course. Right? The First Circuit's like, no, they did it. They did that. We don't care what the district court says. They did that.
Touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. Micropene is the only peen that Nick likes since it matches his big nose, which we try to tickle, sneeze, and wipe all the juice away, except those with micropenes.
Please don't reveal my secrets. It's hurtful. It's hurtful, okay? Man. I've got to get I got to get back to my main PC. This is just frustrating. There's a computer I really want to buy, but I can't afford to buy a computer right now, which really sucks because I want it to be my main rig, but it's not a laptop, but it would be much more portable than what I have now. And so like when I go somewhere, I could bring it with me and I would have my main PC with me, not like, I'll grab my travel laptop or whatever. Where's the Drex voice at? I haven't had it made yet. Did we just go from 6 to 9 on the micropene counter? Nope, we're still at 7. But wait, should we have gone up? Now I'm all fucking confused.
It's correct for the Supreme Court to tell Mexico to kick rocks as it should do.
I agree. I also agree with anybody who has said that the Barnes voice is not right. We're gonna get that thing updated and corrected because that one did not come out right. I don't think. It bothers me a lot. Actually, it really bothers me. Check out those weird those AMD AI Plus things when you go to buy. They're wild. Oh yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so back to this here. Design and marketing decisions intended to stimulate cartel members' demand for their products. The district court dismissed the complaint, but the First Circuit reversed, finding Mexico had plausibly alleged that defendants aided and abetted illegal firearm sales. Held, because Mexico's complaint does not plausibly allege that the defendant gun manufacturers aided and abetted gun dealers' unlawful sale of firearms to Mexican traffickers. PLCAA bars the lawsuit. Fuck you, Mexico. Federal aiding and abetting law reflects the view that a person may be responsible for a crime he has not personally carried out if he deliberately helps another complete its commission. To aid and abet a crime, a person must take an affirmative act in further of the offense and intend to facilitate its commission, or as Judge Learned Hand stated, these requirements must participate in a crime as in to bring about and seek by his action to make it succeed. So you can't just participate in a crime. You have to willingly participate in a crime, and you can't just want a thing to happen. You have to participate. So both of those things have to occur. Tara Rayner says, forgot to tell you I have a second grandbaby boy, 8 months. That's awesome, Tara. Congratulations. Enjoy the shit out of that baby. I'm so happy to hear that. Little grandbabies running around, making everybody feel better about their lives. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Okay. How cool is the name Judge Learned Hand? Like, I mean, it's also really stupid. Because that guy went around, he's like, no, my name is Learned Hand. Unironically, like, it's like Judge Learned Hand wasn't a nickname. That was his name. So it's like, oh, who are you? Like, you go up to somebody, sit down at the bar or whatever. You're like, hey, man, what's up? I'm just here to pay my tab. Who are you? It's like, I'm Judge Learned Hand. I'm saying goodbye. Fuck you. You're weird. Like, you're done. Nope. You don't get to be at the bar today. You have to go somewhere else. That's very strange. In elaborating on that demand, this court has developed several ancillary principles. First, aiding and abetting is most commonly liability for specific wrongful acts, though broader liability for a category of misconduct is possible if a wrongdoer's participation is correspondingly pervasive, systemic, and culpable. Twitter Inc. versus Tomne. Second, aiding and abetting usually requires misfeasance rather than nonfeasance. Absent an independent duty to act, failures, omissions, or inactions will rarely support liability. And third, routine and general activity that happens on occasion to assist crime, in essence, incident aiding and abetting. Thus, for instance, an ordinary merchant does not become liable for criminal misuse of her goods simply by knowing that in some fraction of cases, misuse will occur. Of course, this would be insane. They can't know, like, unless they know specifically who is doing a criminal act, like who is illegally purchasing guns or whatever, and then they continue to sell the guns to them after obtaining that knowledge. Unless they're doing that, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't just I thought my camera stopped. You can't just expect them to own or to know the criminal act that's going to happen and somehow do something about it. It doesn't work that way. They have to actually know, and it has to be like, not only know, they have to like then go, I want to help with the criminal part of it. It's very. Two of this court's cases illustrate these principles. In Direct Sales Company versus United States, the court held that a mail order pharmacy could be convicted for assisting a small town doctor's illegal distribution of narcotics. The pharmacy sold the doctor massive quantities of morphine, based 5,000 to 6,000 half-grain tablets monthly versus the typical physician's 400 quarter-grain tablets annually. That's a shitload of tablets. No, I'm just really achy. Actively stimulated his purchases through special discounts and high-pressure sales methods. Wait, a guy is buying 5,000 half-grain tablets when monthly versus the normal purchasing amount of 400 quarter-grain tablets. Why do you have to use high-pressure sales? on that person. It seems like they don't need any pressure sales at all. It seems like they got, no, I want this. I want this. They're like, you're going to move some more of these fucking tablets. Like, yes. Yes, I will. That sounds fantastic. It's very strange to me.
Mexico tried to do runaway jury, but it failed.
Beta. And continued these practices despite law enforcement warnings. Law enforcement warnings? What the fuck world do these people live in? They're like, look, I could see you over there committing all these crimes. Like, I could see you doing it. Can you stop? We're going to need you to stop doing that. And they're like, no. We'll keep going. Huh? How do you get this treatment? How do you get that treatment from law enforcement? Well, next time, though. All this showed that the pharmacy not only knew of and acquiesced in the doctor's illicit enterprise, but joined both minds in hand with him to make its accomplishment possible. By contrast, in Twitter, the court dismissed aiding and abetting claims against social media companies for aiding and abetting a terrorist attack carried out by ISIS. Although the alleged that ISIS supporters use the company's platforms for recruiting and fundraising, and that the companies knew this but failed to adequately remove ISIS content, that was not enough to make the companies liable for ISIS's terrorist acts. Oh, wait, so yeah, Twitter doesn't take down an ISIS account and it's like, oh, they're not responsible now for like the skinning of a Jew or something? No, it's Twitter's fault. How? At most, the plaintiffs allege that the companies provided their platforms for general use, then stood back and watched as ISIS misused them. And more was needed for a provider of generally available goods and services to be liable for a customer's misuse of them. For example, conduct of the kind in direct sales. Against the backdrop of that law, Mexico's complaint does not plausibly allege that the defendant manufacturers aided and abetted gun dealers' unlawful sale of firearms to Mexican traffickers. To begin, the complaint sets for itself a high bar. It does not pinpoint, as most aiding and abetting claims do, any specific criminal transactions that the defendants allegedly assisted. See, and that's what I was wondering about. Like, they're like, oh, they're aiding all these sales to the cartels, and they know about it. It's like, okay, which ones? Instead, it levels a more general accusation that the manufacturers assist some number of unidentified rogue dealers in violation of various legal bars. That charge cannot help but heighten Mexico's burden. To survive, it must be backed by plausible allegations of pervasive systemic and culpable assistance. Mexico's lead claim that the manufacturers elect to sell guns to, among others, known rogue dealers fails to clear that bar. For one thing, it is far from clear that such behavior without more could ever count as aiding and abetting under the court's precedents. And in any event, Mexico has not said enough to make its allegations on this point plausible. It does not confront that the manufacturers do not directly supply any dealers, and its complaint does not name alleged bad apple dealers or provide grounds for thinking that anyone up the supply chain often acquires that information. I have to... Sorry. Woo! It's dangerous when I sneeze. It's very, very scary. All right, so here we go. For thinking that anyone up the supply chain often acquires that information. What Mexico has plausibly alleged is only that manufacturers know some unidentified dealers routinely violate the law. This describes indifference rather than assistance, similar to the insufficient in Twitter. For related reasons, Mexico's second set of allegations that the manufacturers have declined to suitably regulate the dealers' practices cannot fill the gap. Oh, fill my gap. Of course, responsible manufacturers might well impose constraints on their distribution chains to reduce the possibility of unlawful conduct. But a failure to do so is what Twitter called passive nonfeasance. Such omissions and inactions, especially in an already highly regulated industry, are rarely the stuff of aiding and abetting liability, and nothing in Mexico's allegations makes them so. Finally, Mexico's allegations about design and marketing decisions add nothing of consequence. Mexico focuses on production of military-style assault weapons, but these products are widely legal and purchased by ordinary consumers. Manufacturers cannot be charged with assisting criminal acts simply because Mexican cartel members also prefer these guns. The same applies to firearms with Spanish language names or graphics alluding to Mexican history. Oh, man. While they may be coveted by the cartels, they also may appeal to millions of law-abiding Hispanic Americans. Oh, so the tacos up here might like them too. Fantastic. They also may appeal. Even the failure to make guns with non-defaceable serial numbers cannot show that manufacturers have joined both mind and hand with lawbreakers in the manner required for. The sneeze just started a hurricane in the Atlantic. Thanks. Now I have to go buy plywood for my windows. I know. It's like, gah! I knew it was coming to him. Like, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. What is this? Firearms with Spanish language names or graphics alluding to Mexican history? Like, is that like a lowrider gun? It's like, plays like cucaracha. It's dropped down like 6 inches. It's got 35-inch rims. All right. Sorry, I'll get serious again. This conclusion aligns with PLCAA's core purpose. Congress enacted PLCAA to halt lawsuits attempting to make gun manufacturers pay for harms resulting from the criminal or unlawful misuse of firearms. Mexico's suit closely resembles these lawsuits, and while the predicate exception allows some such suits to proceed, accepting Mexico's theory would swallow most of the rule. The court doubts. The court doubts Congress intended to draft such a capacious way out of PLCAA, and in fact, it did not. Boom. Reversed and remanded. Opinion for a unanimous court. Should we take a look at it? Okay, hold on. Let's see how long Kagan's opinion is. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck, 11. I don't want to read all this. 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 fucking pages is a lot. Bulldozers rated the stream over on Rumble. Thanks, man. Welcome. Speaking of Bulldozer, yesterday was Killdozer Day. I hope you guys celebrated by being free. I think we should talk about cocaine all night. Why? That doesn't sound super exciting. What's up, Legally Dirty Blonde? If you're still in the chat. She tweeted, quote, "We're at 4 on the micropene counter" was the exact moment I turned this on. Fantastic. How you doing, lady? I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you, even if it's only on Twitter. All right. Let's see if we can skim this thing. Blah, blah, blah. We just read all the summary. Mexico has a severe gun violence problem, which its government views as coming from north of the border. No, we're not shooting into Mexico. Deitwa says, I hope you're healthy mentally and physically. Well, I mean, I guess. And I don't even like you. Well, that's sad. I'm not cheering for your downfall, however. I like you. Rude. No, it's fine. I appreciate people who don't just, cheer for me to fail or whatever. That's all I ask you. Like, if you don't like me or whatever, just get out of my way. That's okay. But now I want to know why. Like, now I want to know what's up. Now I'm intrigued. You were boring to me a minute ago, and now I'm very, very interested. Mexico has severe gun violence problem, blah, blah, blah. The country has only a single gun store. Whoa, really? There's one gun store in all of Mexico? Aisha Frazier says, so I work at Job Corps, which is being shut down, maybe. Apparently, Congress is suing the Department of Labor over it. Is it weird that I find it all hilarious? No, it's not weird. But I do hope that I hope that you're able to transition to a new job really quickly, and that your life isn't disrupted too much. Sanglant says you fell for the trap, Nick. I know. Now I'm like, wait. So many questions. Why are you here? Why would you be here? Why did you feel the need to chat? You don't like me, but you wish only good things. Like, how strange. It's such a weird set of events. I don't get it. Data says, Nick said I was an insufferable snob. Let's fucking go. When did I do that? That sounds awesome. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Jamestown says, holy shit, go to bed. We have Reed later. Don't worry. I'll be normally late for Reed. How do you have one gun store in all of Mexico? The line there has, it's like one guy working too, and he's like, okay, what would you like to buy? Yeah, Miss Baga says, so no content. Wait, I mean, I don't know. I thought we were doing content right now. Is this not is this not what it is? I don't even know anymore. I'm not sure what content is anymore. Stay on stream until Reed starts. Oh God, no, I do need a nap. I'm a little tired. Probably only high points. Rimfire only. Oh my gosh. And issues fewer than 50 gun permits each year. Oh God. It's like Hawaii. But gun traffickers can purchase firearms in the United States, often in illegal transactions, and deliver them to drug cartels in Mexico. That sounds way easier. Alligator News says gun names like Beaner, Lowrider, Jumping Beans, and Hot Tamales are basis of the Mexican case and why they should have one. Is that true? Oh shit. Dejwa, I'm sorry for calling you insufferable. But were you being insufferable? Like, to be fair, were you though? Because I've met people like you. They're like, he called me a complete asshole. It's like, well, I mean, at the time. Kurt cooking reactions or golden fire. I'm not going to say I'm not going to do the taco casserole tonight. I really. Data says I was being cunty, but you were too. Well, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was in a weird spot. I forgive you eternally. In fact, I'll forgive you if you're cunty again. Doesn't bother me anymore. Oh, that sounds funny. So, I don't want to do an hour-long cooking video, but there is a 24-minute one. And I think we might do it in just a minute. Mikey P78 says, you're giving me Brad Pitt vibes with all this fast talk. You liked eggs? You liked eggs? Also, rip Kentaro Miura and Akira Toriyama. Good riddance. I hope they go in the next bombs that we drop on that damn country. So let's wrap up this Supreme Court thing, and then let's learn how to make soup. I need to know how to make soup. I'm very hungry. Arclight says more half-assed Kurt A-logging. Yes, it's so fucking fun to me. Okay, sorry. Those groups, predictably enough, use the imported firearms to commit serious crimes. I mean, as one does. Drug dealing, kidnapping, murder, and others. According to the Mexican government, as many as 90% of the guns recovered at crime scenes in Mexico originated in the United States. Well, you only have one shitty gun store that's putting out 50 guns. Where are the cartels supposed to get them? Debbie says, don't go to Kurt. Cover Elon v. Trump. I don't really know how to cover Elon v. Trump because it's like a crazy back and forth. It's like it's like a breakup. Like they're slapping at each other, they're sniping at each other. It's weird. They made up already? God, it's amazing. Trump's like, I don't know what Elon's doing. I don't know. He was very good. Very good. Doge was an excellent program. But he is a little bit weird. He's a little bit weird, a little bit wild. Saying some very, very crazy things, some unhinged things. But I think he'll come around. All right, so according to the Mexican government, as many as 90%, come from the United States. Cool. The Mexican government seeking redress for this gun violence brought suit in 2021 against 7 American firearms manufacturers. The suit, brought in a U.S. district court, asserts a variety of tort claims against the defendants, mostly sounding in negligence. The basic theory is that the defendants failed to exercise reasonable care to prevent trafficking of their guns into Mexico, and so are responsible for the harms arising from the weapons misuse. Could you imagine being like a gun manufacturer and then you have to use reasonable care to try and police the cartels? You're going to get skinned. You're going to get skinned alive, and then lit on fire from the inside. That's just unreasonable to put on a random gun retailer or gun manufacturer.
Gun name like Habanero Eggs Fire Shits caused all the gun crimes in Mexico.
Habanero huevo en fuego. I don't know how to say shit. Oh, mierda. Like mierda, right? Fuck. All right, so that theory, as all agree, runs straight into the PLCAA's general prohibition. Mexico's action, that is, seeks to hold firearms manufacturers liable for the criminal or unlawful misuse of guns by third parties, and so, according to the PLCAA, may not be brought. The complaint thus tries to plead its way into PLCAA's predicate exception. It asserts, as that exception requires, that the third-party misuse of guns in Mexico resulted from the manufacturer's knowing violations of gun laws. More specifically, the complaint alleges that the manufacturer's firearm violations were ones of aiding and abetting rather than of independent commission. Okay, see, this is an end run around it, right? Whoops, sorry, I didn't pull this up. This is an end run around the law that they're trying to do. It's like, what? They're not going to allege direct crimes, but it's like, well, if we allege that they kind of helped out the crimes. Dagewell, you're the most backwards person I've encountered. Now, like what am I supposed to do with this knowledge? This is going to eat me alive. Like all night long, and be like, I can't sleep. This person is very confounding. It's like they're one of the only people who's like, oh yeah, no, I get it with the Keanu stuff. Like, what? What's wrong with you? You need to be checked out. You need help. You need help, and clearly, like, you can't be on my level. It's not okay. You don't want to be here. Very dangerous. Oh my gosh, that's great. I'm glad to bring you some peace and comfort through that. I like yelling sometimes. The complaint thus tries to plead its way into PLCA's predicate exception. It asserts as an exception requires that third-party misuse of the guns in Mexico resulted from the manufacturer's knowing violation of gun laws. More specifically, the complaint alleges that the manufacturer's firearms violations were ones of aiding and abetting rather than of independent commission. Blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck is it? The manufacturers, according to Mexico, were willful accessories in unlawful gun sales by retail dealers, which in turn enabled Mexican criminals to acquire guns and use them to commit violent offenses. The complaint sets out 3 kinds of allegations relating to how the manufacturers aided and abetted, blah, blah, blah. We read these. Let's get down to the argument. We granted cert. Cool. So here we're finally, like, the intro is too much. The intro is way too much. What do we got here?
Huevos de habanero, mierda de fuego.
There you go. Thank you, Viva Hispanic Fry. That was awesome. Diakook 718. Yay, my guy is back. I am back. You're back too. Welcome. I missed you. Can I have your watch when you are muerta? Mine? What watch? I don't have one. I had a watch. April took it. I don't have one anymore. She took it. Damn it. It was cool. It was black. Malcolm McKee says, can you cover the Jonathan Joss, John Redcore murder trial if one occurs? The background is spicy, in my opinion. It's generic trailer park drama gone wrong. Wait, I thought he died of like a sickness of some sort. Is watch code word for Baldo? I mean, I say she took it, but I gave it to her or whatever. She's like, can I keep this? I was like, sure, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't wearing it. Is it thorium? Thorium? It was a cool watch. I liked it. It was, it charged by the movement of your hand. So like, as you walk around or whatever and your arm swings, it kept the watch charged up. But if you didn't like wear it for a couple days, it would run out of batteries and then it would just sit there. And it's like, you'd have to like shake it up or whatever. And then you'd have to wind the fucking thing up. And then you'd have to reset it. What fucking goblin country do we need to suck up to for approval? Wait, what are you talking about? That's not Earl Ward. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm interested. Kinetic charging like those flashlights. Yeah, those are cool. Oh, Daytwa, I remember you now. You said that we should do lunch sometime in like the Wayzata or Minnetonka area or something. Some like nice restaurant. I don't remember where it was or which restaurant it was. I'm remembering this conversation now. Sorry. My brain was a little fuzzy back then. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Says approximately cause harm to Mexico. We need not address the approximate cause question because we find that Mexico is not plausibly alleged, aiding and abetting on the manufacturer's part. Plausibly does not mean probably, but it asks for more than a sheer possibility that a defendant has acted unlawfully. Mexico has not met that bar. Its complaint does not plausibly allege the kind of conscious and culpable participation in others' wrongdoing needed to make it out of an aiding and abetting charge. Federal aiding and abetting law reflects a centuries-old view of culpability that a person may be responsible for a crime he has not personally carried out if he deliberately helps another to complete its commission. To aid and abet a crime, a person must take an affirmative act in furtherance of that offense and must take the offense's commission, or as Judge Learned Hand stated. God, I hate his fucking name. Stated those requisites. In what has become a canonical formulation, an aider and abetter must participate in a crime as in something that he wishes to bring about and seek by his action to make it succeed. In elaborating on that demand, this court has developed several ancillary principles. First, aiding and abetting is more commonly a rule of secondary liability for specific wrongful acts. It is possible for someone to aid and abet a broad category of misconduct, but then his participation must be correspondingly pervasive, systemic, and culpable. Second, aiding and abetting usually requires malfeasance rather than nonfeasance. Absent an independent duty to act, a person's failures, omissions, or inactions, even if in some sense blameworthy, will rarely support aiding and abetting liability. And third, routine and general activity that happens on occasion to assist in a crime, in essence, incidentally, is unlikely to count as aiding and abetting. For example, an ordinary merchant does not become liable for all criminal misuses of his goods, even if he knows that in some fraction of cases misuse will occur. The merchant becomes liable only if, beyond providing the good on the open market, he takes steps to promote the resulting crime and make it his own. Two of our cases. Look, look at this. They even has a stupid name in here, L Hand J. Go away. He's dead now, so I guess he did. Now, Bill Cooper's doing that weird thing where he talks. He should avoid that.
Fire micropens es un signo de larga vida.
I don't know what that was at all. I don't speak that fast in whatever that language was. Is this common law or law of the seas? This is the rule of admiralty. Very important rule of admiralty. Okay, so here we go. Where did I leave that off? Oh, here we go. Two of our cases, one approving liability for aiding another's crime, the other not, illustrate how all this doctrine plays out in practice. In Direct Sales Company versus United States, we held that mail order pharmacy could be convicted, blah, blah, blah. We read this one. ISIS and Twitter. I mean, we didn't read it, but we read it. We got that covered in the fucking intro. Viewed against the backdrop of that law, Mexico's complaint does not plausibly allege that the defendant manufacturers aided and abetted gun dealers in unlawful sales of firearms to Mexican traffickers. We have little doubt that, as the complaint asserts, some such sales take place, and that the manufacturers know they do. But still, Mexico has not adequately pleaded that what it needs to, that the manufacturers participate in those sales as in something that they wish to bring about and seek by their action to make succeed. To begin with, Mexico's complaint sets for itself a high bar. The complaint does not pinpoint, as most aiding and abetting claims do, any specific criminal transactions that the defendants allegedly assisted. It does not say, for example, that a gun manufacturer aided a given firearms dealer at a particular time and place in selling guns to a given Mexican trafficker not legally permitted to buy them under a specified statute. Instead, the complaint levels a more general accusation that the manufacturers assist some number of unidentified rogue gun dealers in making a host of firearm sales in violation of various legal bars. The systemic nature of that charge is not necessarily fatal, but as noted earlier, it cannot help but heighten Mexico's burden. See Supra at 8. To survive, the charge must be backed by plausible allegations of pervasive, systemic, and culpable assistance. Mexico's lead claim that the manufacturers elect to sell guns Scotus. Two, among others, known rogue dealers, see Super at 4 to 5, fails to clear that bar for the package of reasons. For one thing, it is far from clear that such behavior without more could ever count as aiding and abetting under our precedents. Direct sales is the case. Mexico relies on debrief for Respondent 24, but that case was more particularized than this one, involving, as it did, aid given to a single named offender in violating a specified narcotics law, and yet more important, the abettor there did more than sell a product to a known lawbreaker as it would all others. The pharmacy, recall, not only supplied Dr. Kate, but also actively stimulated his far greater than average purchases. Mexico's complaint asserts nothing similar. Here, to the contrary, the complaint repeatedly states that the manufacturers treat rogue dealers just the same way as they do law-abiding ones, selling to everyone and on equivalent terms. So the complaint, even if taken at face value, would stretch the bounds of our case law. And in any event, we cannot take the allegation here at face value because Mexico has not said enough to make it plausible. In asserting that the manufacturers intentionally supply guns to Bad Apple dealers, Mexico never confronts that the manufacturers do not directly supply any dealers, Bad Apple or otherwise. They instead sell firearms to middlemen distributors who Mexico has never claimed lack independence. See Super at 4, 5, and 3. Given that industry structure, Mexico's complaint must offer some reason to believe that the manufacturers attend to the conduct of individual gun dealers 2 levels down, but it does not. So much as address that issue, and even assuming the manufacturers know everything that the distributors know, the complaint still would not adequately support the charge that they have identified the Bad Apple dealers. Mexico does not name it. Not itself name those dealers, though they are the ostensible principals in the illegal transactions claims, nor does Mexico provide grounds for thinking that anyone up the supply chain, whether manufacturer or distributor, often acquires that information. Indeed, the complaint points out that government agencies only sporadically provide upstream companies with information tracing Mexican crimes to certain drug dealers. Or certain dealers, sorry, drugs must be on the brain. So Mexico's allegations on this score is all speculation. Even on the motion to dismiss it is not enough. What Mexico has plausibly pleaded respecting sales to offenders is a lesser wrong, which does not rise to the level of aiding and abetting. Mexico's complaint alleges that some, though unidentified dealers, often engage in illegal transactions with Mexican traffickers. So too, the complaint alleges that the manufacturers know that much to be true, that among the whole class of dealers, there are some who routinely violate the law. And finally, the complaint alleges with sufficient plausibility that the manufacturers could do more than they do to figure out who those rogue dealers are and then to cut off their supply of guns. But that is to say little more than plaintiffs said in Twitter. According to the complaint there, the social media companies knew that among their customers were ISIS supporters, whom they could have done more to identify and remove. Still, we decided that nonfeasance was not enough to hold the companies responsible for the terrorists' unlawful acts. And that's a really fucking good ruling, and it's really important because the idea that you might be responsible to investigate and prevent upstream crime from what you do or what service you provide, that Twitter is supposed to become a policing and crime fighting force, is insane. That proposition is not good. And the fact that they would put that on any business owner to like, sorry, you now have to investigate crimes and prevent them. Especially when you're talking about dealing with cartels, because again, they will skin you alive. They'll cut off your toes and feed them to you or whatever. Fuck that. No, thank you. What's up, wise guy? Thank you. Thank you. We'll have gay. I'll have a gay shirt on for the trial stream. Okay. And the same is true here for the same reasons. Mexico's plausible allegations are of indifference rather than assistance. They are of the manufacturers merely allowing some unidentified bad actors to make illegal use of their wares for related reasons. Manufacturers are not allowing people to make bad use of their wares. They have no control. Once the manufacturer sells to the wholesaler or the retailer, it's done. Like, game over. They can't control what people do after that. That's crazy. For related reasons, Mexico's set of allegations that the manufacturers have declined to suitably regulate the dealers' practices cannot fill the gap. Of course, responsible manufacturers might well impose constraints on their distribution chains to reduce the possibility of unlawful conduct. Mexico's prime examples, recall, are bans on bulk sales or sales from homes permitted under federal law, but in Mexico's view, conducive to unlawful transactions. So too, those manufacturers might decide, as Mexico urges, to themselves monitor dealers' sales for law violations. But a failure to do so is, again, what Twitter called passive nonfeasance, a failure to stop independent retailers downstream from making unlawful sales. Such omissions and inactions, especially in an already highly regulated industry, are rarely the stuff of aiding and abetting liability, and nothing special in Mexico's allegations makes them so. A manufacturer of goods is not an accomplice to every unaffiliated retailer whom it fails to make follow the law. Finally, Mexico's allegations about the manufacturer's design and marketing decisions and nothing of consequence. Brief for Respondent 23. As noted above, Mexico here focuses on the manufacturer's production of military-style assault weapons, among which it includes AR-15 rifles, AK-47 rifles, and 50 caliber sniper rifles. But those products are both widely legal and bought by many ordinary consumers. Oh my goodness. The AR-15 is the most popular rifle in the country. The manufacturers cannot be charged with assisting in criminal acts just because Mexican cartel members like those guns too. The same is true of firearms with Spanish language names or graphics alluding to Mexican history. Again, do they have like... I've watched a lot of those like weird Mexican music videos where like every Latina girl is in a bikini and in a cowboy hat, and like all of the cars have so many glowy parts to them. Like it is wild. And the cars, I don't know, man. Like when they rev up, it's like. Have you ever seen those? Like those shows? The Mexican car shows, they're something else. What is this?
Mahalo for doing a stream. Stay strong, keep posting, and you'll be back. I need to get the kiddos ready for bed. See you in the morning for trial coverage.
See you in the morning, Debbie. Good night. Get those kids to sleep. Hope you have a good one. Like I those weird like Poppy, Big Poppy or whatever like car shows, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And when they take those and like lay over shitty techno, I'm sold. Like that is, I could watch that all day long. I'm like, yeah, lay in those rims. Like those cars are so wild. It's great. Can't we watch movies on Locals? Technically, no. Also, where's my Locals wears? Not even a keychain rabbit's foot. It's in the works. I'm sorry. Mariachi assault rifles. Bump stocks. No, I know all about those. Or whatever. It's like, this is how we fire guns. Okay, we are ready. Mexico sounds way cooler. Volan Duvall says, why does the sound suck so bad? I don't know. There's something got messed up with the somewhere. I think I need to update something. Not sure. Okay, so here we go. The manufacturers cannot... Oh, whoops. Shit, Logan Orr says, out of curiosity, do you still agree with what you said about Jack Murphy? The only difference is Matt from Tinder and the Toad from St. Cloud. There's a lot of difference, but that's okay. But see, a lot of what I was making fun of with Jack Murphy was like this. He was selling a masculinity program. And then the title of his article was that this is peak masculinity. I don't think my behavior is peak masculinity either. Like, but I don't know. Who knows? Manufacturers cannot be charged with assisting in criminal acts just because Mexican cartel members like those guns too. The same is true of firearms with Spanish language names or graphics alluding to Mexican history. Those guns may be coveted by the cartels, as Mexico alleges, but they also may appeal as the manufacturers rejoin to millions of law-abiding Hispanic Americans. That leaves only the allegation that the manufacturers have not attempted to make guns with non-defaceable serial numbers. But the failure to improve gun design in that way, which federal law does not require, cannot in the end show that the manufacturers have joined both mind and hand with lawbreakers in the way needed to aid and abet. All of that means PLCAA prevents Mexico's suit from going forward. The kinds of allegations Mexico makes cannot satisfy the demands of the statute's predicate exception. That exception permits a suit to be brought against a gun manufacturer that has aided and abetted a firearms violation. And Mexico's complaint, for the reasons given, does not plausibly allege that such aiding and abetting. So this suit remains subject to PLCAA's general bar, and action cannot be brought against a manufacturer if, like Mexico's, founded on a third party's criminal use of the company's product. I should clarify something in that answer as I'm thinking about it, reading this thing. The decisions I made were wrong and disastrous. I didn't end up changing my mind. And what I had said before is the actual correct answer. How I behave, like how I ended up behaving, and like I said, those poor decisions. It didn't change my opinion that, oh, you should do it this way. I was right originally. Should have stayed right the whole time. But I didn't. I failed. Made choices that I shouldn't have made. They went against a lot of my principles. And again, I have tons of reasons I could sit and explain all day. They're not like excuses. They don't make the behavior right or whatever. I could just tell you why I did stuff, but it doesn't. There'd be no purpose in it. It doesn't make it correct. So I would just go ahead and stick with my advice at that time. It was much better, much better. But I do think, again, there are some differences. I'm not sitting there on the, on the Chatterbait stream being like, "Hey, what's up to those college boys?" and like ramming dildos in my ass. That was a strange thing. I wouldn't quite do that. Principals, didn't you wish two ladies death this week? Yes, and I would do it again. I don't understand this. Why am I supposed to pretend to want everybody to live? I really don't care about some of them. They can go ahead and die. Again, my life will be markedly better when they're gone. Go away. Be gone. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Like, it's weird that people do. They're like, "Oh man, no, I want them all to get better." No, you don't. Like, why lie about it? I'm not going to do anything to bring it about. Again, like, I don't want them to particularly suffer. It's just like, go away, get out of. I mean, they don't have to die. Like, they could just go away in some other fashion and be just fine for me. Good Christian. I didn't claim to be a good Christian. Absent-minded says, which part wouldn't you quite do? The going on a campsite to perform, or perform with a dildo in your asshole? Either of them, I don't think. I don't have a... I don't care that people perform on campsites. But I don't think I could. Certainly not like I wouldn't do that because I have kids. Like that's like the first reason and the primary reason out there, no matter what else. So then I think about it, I'm like, could I do that? Like, could I even do that on camera? And I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't have any desire to. It's like that whole, like, the whole OnlyFans or Chatterbait or whatever is it's an interesting and intriguing concept to me, but not for me to do. It's like that's a lot, man. Like, that's people like putting it out there. That's a lot. But no, I have kids. I wouldn't do that. He's really thinking about this. Well, yeah, I try to give thoughtful answers to questions. Why is that weird? You said you're an exhibitionist. Wrong. I said I was some level of an exhibitionist. I don't want people to watch me be naked or have sex. I just don't care if people happen to see. There's a difference. I don't mind. Again, all the caveats of being in an appropriate, like in a place where that is appropriate and acceptable and consensual and all that shit. I don't care if people, like, when I was at the nude places and stuff, like, I don't care that people see me naked. It didn't bother me. I thought it would. And I got there and I was like, no, this doesn't bother me at all. I'm fine with it. But it's not like I have some burning desire to be seen naked or whatever, or like to be seen in some sort of sexual act. I don't. Most of the time it doesn't enter my mind. But it's like when you're in a place where that's allowable or whatever, I just don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't bother me. Absent-minded says, I'm joking, of course. I was labeled a sweeper for just wanting your future success and moving past this chapter. Yeah, I don't know. Someone said you're a sweeper. Who cares? Such weird internet terminology. Uy says, Rackets OnlyFans win. No, that's the thing. I won't do one because I have kids and I don't want them to have to deal with that. Like, I don't have any need for people to like encounter me in that particular way. I just don't care if they do. It doesn't bother me. Those are vastly different things. But I do think that means that there's some level of exhibitionism there, like that I discovered that I'm just comfortable in that environment. That's all. But it's not something I want to do. I don't seek out places to go do that or anything. Like, it's I just discovered I don't care. You guys should find out if you care too, because it's an interesting thing when you don't. It changes your life a little bit.
Christ hung out with tax collectors and prostitutes. He also threw awesome parties.
True.
So a Christian gets a bit carried away at times. As Jesus said, only God is good. Bear your cross.
There you go. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Same thing. So, one of the things I should say is that a lot of this stuff got, again, this is all framed by a retarded person who had a very specific need to project something very specific. I don't know why, he just did. And so when he described everything, he made it gross. And he sold this like insane like orgies and a very sexual thing. That's not really true. It's not accurate at all. Most of the time, we just looked like a family. Especially when it was just April, Kayla, and I. We just looked like a family. And it wasn't gross. It wasn't nasty. It wasn't this perverse thing that happened. It's just a relationship. It was different. And I don't recommend it. It was a fucking nightmare in a lot of ways. But it was just a relationship at the end of the day. And the overwhelming majority of our day was very, very normal. And not just like the majority of each day and then it got dark. Like, no, it's just like most days were just normal days, like of getting things done around the house. So people's imaginations are getting the best of them in your case. And of course, people want like the salacious elements and like you get to live a little bit of your own fantasy by going, oh, what did they go through? Like what? And I'm not saying it's your like, don't take that the wrong way. It's just like you get to engage. Sorry, I shouldn't have said your fantasy. You get to engage fantasy a little bit and stuff. I wish I could show you guys like just the pictures of us hanging around every day, because it's just people hanging around. Like it's so normal. But again, catastrophic decisions, I don't recommend them. Stay monogamous. It's way easier. It's way It's also very, much less stigmatized, and people really don't like it if you're not. But it's also like we're still reeling from everything. Like things, get changed a little bit, and so I don't recommend it. I'm not an advocate for poly relationships at all. I don't think maybe someone out there can make them work. I don't ever want to find out again. Is devastating. Almost lost everything because of it. So fuck that. Mighty B.O.B. says, humor aside, outside of the cocaine, seriously, what laws were broken? People with their BS morals, but they turn to Pornhub to crank one out. Hypocrisy. Look, I mean, all of that stuff was supposed to be private. None of y'all were ever supposed to find out because it wasn't your business. It was something that we tried, and like it didn't go great. And so it should have just died. It should have been gone. But someone was like insecure and weird about it, and decided to run this media campaign. So now, like, I'm stuck dealing with this, the fallout of it forever. And people have all these crazy ideas because that person was a liar and is fucking retarded and has a hero and God complex, and a whole bunch of other problems. But that being said, I don't know. I don't think I'd do it again. Like, I don't think, knowing what I know now, I don't think I'd go back and do it. It's a tough one. Ali News says, move to Salt Lake if you want poly work. I don't want it. I don't want poly stuff. It's too much, too annoying.
Nick, tell Melton super tips and he's queer. Won't let me say the things I want. Says it hates speech, which fake and gay. Also, do you love black people?
I do. I love all people, but particularly black ones. Yes, there are tools coming out for the AI. One of the tools I want to be able to take off, the filters for certain voices, for example. Would you be interested in doing an interview of your own with Kino Casino? No, not at all. 0%. Okay, let's finish this up. We're on the last page because I've been speed reading through it, and then we'll learn how to cook some soup. Absent-minded says, in my earliest days hanging out with you, he taught us that lawyers are the worst people in general. And you're not someone to be looked up to for anything. Respect. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a guy who likes to laugh at stuff, and I happen to have like this specialized education. I can translate stuff into English for people. Look at my nose is less red. I still don't know what that was. Amazing. But that's it. Like I didn't try to be some like moral leader or whatever. What's hard about cooking soup? Add broth, add spices, heat, stir periodically. I don't know. Everything's wrong. I don't know how to do it. We're going to learn. And that conclusion, we note, well accords with PLCAA's core purpose. Recall that Congress enacted the statute to halt a flurry of lawsuits attempting to make gun manufacturers pay for the downstream harms resulting from misuse of their products. In a findings and purposes section, Congress explained that PLCAA was meant to stop those suits to prevent manufacturers and sellers from being held liable for the harm caused by those who criminally or unlawfully misuse firearms. Mexico's suit closely resembles the ones Congress had in mind. It seeks to recover from American firearms manufacturers for the downstream damage Mexican cartel members wreak with their guns. Of course, the law Congress wrote includes a predicate exception, which allows some suits falling within the PLCAA's general ban to proceed, but that exception in Mexico's suit fell with, if Mexico's suit fell within it, would swallow most of the rule. We doubt Congress intended to draft such a capacious way to stay out of the PLCAA, and in fact, it did not. The predicate exception allows for accomplice liability only when a plaintiff makes a plausible allegation that a gun manufacturer participated in a firearms violation, as in something that it wished to bring about and sought to make succeed. Because Mexico's complaint fails to do so, the defendant manufacturers retain their PLCAA granted immunity. We therefore reverse the judgment of the Court of Appeals and remand the case for further proceedings consistent with this opinion, which would be dismissal. And that's great. People were really excited, though, and I don't know why. Because I saw this. It's from this section. This is what people are excited about. It says the AR-15 is the most popular rifle in the country. CT grows how the AR-15 became best-selling rifle in the U.S. But it says, but those products are both widely legal and bought by many ordinary customers. That's not the use of the term common use, which is a term of art that's specific to the Second Amendment analysis. So though it does say that they're all popular and such, it doesn't actually say they're in common use and sufficient for, protection under Bruin or whatever. So I don't think people should be as excited about that as they were. Low Watermark says that's a lot of reading. Are you okay, Nick? Yeah, I'm great. I was kind of surprised I was able to read through it fairly reliably and pretty quick. Okay. I mean, I guess it's time to learn how to, we're just going to old-fashioned have to cook a steak. Or no, cook some soup. One second. I've got it ready. Or I've got it right here. Guys. These thumbnails are so good. They're fucking perfect. Look at this. Ah! Hey. They're so fucking great. We're going to learn how to cook soup. One second.
OnlyFans will be full AI. Will you sub to AI black women? Do you love black people?
I love black people. I don't sub to anybody on OnlyFans. I stopped watching porn a long time ago. I have no desire to watch it anymore. Okay. He's so sweaty. This has got to be a tough soup to make.
All right. Hello, everyone.
No.
Welcome to Cooking with Uncivil. I just came from the gym, feeling good, feeling pumped, and I just had some groceries delivered. And people ask me for my soup recipe sometimes. It's dead simple, easy. So we're going to make it today. All right. So first of all, we are making a pork beef vegetable soup.
All right.
So my local grocery store, HEB.
I don't get the pork and beef mixture. That doesn't make sense to me. Pork and beef are not complementary. This is the second. Like his pizza casserole was pork and beef also. So this is a common theme with Kurt. He's like, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 4 pounds of meat. So, pork and beef, I don't get it. Bacon wrapping. Bacon on a burger is good. I know. Bacon wrapping, maybe like a tenderloin or something, I guess. But I don't like bacon wrapped tenderloin. Like, I'm not a child anymore. So I used to like them. Now I don't. Low Watermark says, Kurt is not your porn people. Wait, Kurt is not your porn people? Is that what you're saying? Maybe not yours. Ground pork mixed with ground beef makes a good burger. Okay, I'll concede that. And same with like some meatballs, right? Like you can mix up some ground pork and ground beef into meatballs. Okay, like I can see that a little bit. But in general, I don't do the pork and beef thing. Like that's my preference is just one or the other. Alligan News says in hot dogs, pork and beef is normal but not kosher. I don't know. Like I'm trying not to be critical. Like I'm just saying, like for me, like that's a different thing. I would just pick vegetable beef soup, for example. I assume he's going to use a beef broth, but maybe he's going to use chicken broth. Maybe he's like, nope, we'll do poultry on the broth. I don't know. I don't know where he's going to go, but he's got a bag of frozen vegetable soup mix, so we're well on our way to a great soup. Like that is already true. Like, so I'm very excited for what else is in there. This is a vegetable soup mix. So we've got onions, carrots, probably some celery, so mirepoix, I guess. What else do you think is in there? I can't read any of the ingredients. Low Watermark says, are you doing a trial stream tomorrow? Yes. After this soup segment, I'll be setting up the trial stream and going to bed for a couple hours. But yeah, Low Watermark, man, you got to try out the super tips. I think you'll enjoy the shit out of them. They're very fun. All right, back to this. Alligan News says he will add cheese, so making it fully non-kosher. No, don't say that.
Makes this vegetable soup mix conveniently made for me. Potatoes, carrots, peas, corn, green beans, lima beans, okra, celery, and onions.
That's way too much shit. What are you doing? Like that's a fully vegetable soup, but of course it's Kurt. He's going to add pork and beef to it. It's a vegetable bean soup. I didn't even consider it. I was like, oh, these are vegetable accessories. But no, that was a whole vegetable soup that he just listed out. So now, did he say lima? Did he say lima beans? God, it's like a nightmare from like that Insidious movie or whatever. Like,
Grocery store, HEB.
Yep.
Makes this vegetable soup mix conveniently made for me. Potatoes, carrots, peas, corn, green beans, lima beans, okra, celery, and onions. Exciting.
Lima beans. Whoa, Low Watermark with a red boy. Damn, son. He says, have you considered Kurt is an idiot? Go to bed, Nick. No, he's not. He's brilliant. What are you talking about? Haxkitixer says, are y'all still homies? I prefer if y'all were still. I don't think so. I'm sorry that you would prefer that. But, Kurt said some shit that I didn't like. I thought was a little bit much. And then I watched his pizza casserole video, and I don't think I can do it. Like, I don't think I can do that.
So I got 3 bags of this.
3 bags of it?
And then you can, of course, vary what you want.
How much soup are you making? 3, those are, like, there's a pound of fucking vegetables. 3 bags. You got 3 bags. I got 3 bags of this. I'm a lot of fun. It's a lot of soup.
And sort of what you make it with. So I've done various combinations.
Killdozer, why do you criticize Kurt's cooking? You had no arms even before the Coke and Kurt. Well, just look at him. Why do I criticize Kurt's cooking? Because it's not how I cook. That's all I needed.
recommendations for a while. But today what we're going to do is just 1 pound.
Just 1 pound.
Ground sirloin. And then 1 pound of this pork breakfast sausage.
Yes.
That should give it a little bit of flavor. Add water, add a little bit of bouillon. Easy peasy.
What? 2 pounds of meat, 3 pounds of bagged vegetables, a little bit of water, a little bit of bouillon. Very simple. It's true. It's a simple soup. Grifty says pork only goes with red meat if you need extra fat. And it's echoing. I know how to fix that. Hold on. This is the thing that changed. I need to get back to my regular computer because this changed. This changed with that. But I think I can. Should be good now.
All right. So, and then of course we got our wondrous Instapot here. You know,
he's gonna throw it in the Instapot. This is better now, right? Like I fixed the echo, I think. Okay, there we go. All right, we keep going.
The Instapot of glory.
The Instapot of glory.
Instapot right on the side.
Yep.
Makes all the good meals. This is makes about 12 cups, I guess. 5 liter. And so all we do is we open the bags. I've already opened this bag. Just pour it in.
Thanks, Wolfgang Deo. I believe you. Yes, Dustin Reese, I'll be covering the trial in the morning. Right after this show, I'll be making the links right before I go to bed.
Oh, yummy vegetables. Yummy vegetables.
Delicious.
Vegetable glory. Vegetable goodness.
Look at his hands. They're so fucking big. Give me vegetables. He's missing. Just spilling all over the place.
Okay.
Scoop them up.
Get the few vegetables that wound up on my counter into the pot.
Why didn't you just open the bag more? Just open the bag.
Like that.
Low watermark, welcome to Super Lawyer.
You know.
Oh, he gifted 20 fucking
Easy
memberships.
peasy.
Damn, son.
Vegetable glory of goodness. No muss, no fuss.
Black Blade says, made a pic for you in solidarity of Kurt's cooking on X micropeen soup. Oh my God. Whoa, thank you. Low watermark, by the way. Killdozer says, how old is this video? He should not be this fat if he's been working out like he says he's been. I'll check in. Oh, wait. I think if we do this 2 years ago, So he's, I saw him and he seems to have lost a decent amount of weight. Thank you, Low Watermark. That was awesome.
All right. Then just add water. Give it a second to run.
For the record, like I don't think I can be friends with Kurt again, but I still want him to do okay. And I like his health progress, and I complimented him on it the other day. Like I'm gonna make fun of him a whole lot forever. Like, I am an asshole still, but I do want him to actually do okay. Like I just can't do it with him anymore. Not after some of the things that have happened. So but that's fine. Like just make fun of him from the sidelines because it's funny to me.
So we will get the water up hot. That'll make it cook a little bit easier and faster and thaw out the stuff. So just let the water run for a second to make the water run warm. We'll be also adding this. I think is as far as secret ingredients go. This is a good secret ingredient. This is better than bouillon. It is a paste-based bouillon. It's one.
Yeah, it's a soup base. It's not a bouillon. It's a soup base. And the soup bases are notoriously way better than those fucking compressed bouillon cubes. Great. Fantastic. What are you doing? Why are you worried about hot water? You're about to pressure cook a fucking soup. Like, dude, you're talking about the difference between warming up for 30 seconds and warming up for 36 seconds. What are you? Why?
Teaspoon is 1 cube of bouillon, and I find it provides a much richer flavor. So we will be adding that. I also have other ones in the fridge. I have one for chicken, and I have one for vegetable based if you want to add that too. But I think today we're just going to put 4 teaspoons of this in and call it a day. So
4 teaspoons? What are you talking? Like, it's a fucking, I think it's a tablespoon is the same as a cube of bouillon. That's 1 tablespoon. Like if 1 1/3 tablespoons, you have 3 pounds of fucking vegetables, 2 pounds of meat, and presumably like 12 cups of water. What, you need way more.
the paste is to taste, right? So it depends how much you like it, how much flavor you like. So for me today, I'm going to do 4.
Like?
I'm going to do 4 teaspoons for this pot, and that should be fine. Give that a second to warm up. Yeah, better than bouillon. As far as secret ingredients go, this is a winner.
The secret ingredient is like on every fucking grocery store shelf. It's like, this is a secret ingredient. Oh, a soup base? It's like a soup base could be a secret ingredient if you're making like ice cream or something, right? This is the secret. It's like you put the soup base in, it rounds out the flavors, or like that would be the secret ingredient. Like the soup base cannot be a secret ingredient in soup. It's just that's just soup. God damn it. Rage says, as a cook, this hurts to watch. Micropene, please look at proper recipes. Look, my secret ingredient in soup is soup base. Oh, that's amazing. I thought you just put dust in there. Fucking hell. Deitois says, I need answers on why someone needs a charcuterie fridge next to the bed. Dude, I don't know. Okay, it wasn't my choice. It was dumb. I hated it. It's like, this thing is stupid. What the fuck is it doing? It's a mini fridge. Why is it here? And why did you install the fucking bottle opener upside down on it? What kind of retard are you? Anyway.
They make it in all kinds of different flavors. They make it a vegetable based. There's a shrimp based, chicken based. There's everything based, right? So, you know.
Low watermark
all
with
those
20
things.
more gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you.
This is roasted beef base,
Y'all
made
getting
with seasoned
gifts.
roast beef. Exciting.
That roasted beef bouillon is good. It's good. I've got some.
What setting is the Insta on? I'll probably set this on as a slow cook because I'm not in a rush. It'll be for tonight. So I'll probably set it for like a 5-hour crock pot.
What? Why?
Rather than...
Why are you what are you doing putting it in a fucking slow cooker? Then just put it in a stock pot. You're just gonna sit there and let it run for 5 hours. Why the fuck are you putting it in a pressure cooker? I don't get it. Why? How do you get that decision wrong?
Kurt cooks like he was taught be a single white woman on food stamps. Who uses breakfast sausage and soup? He really needs to go to the store and meet a woman who's over 18 and likes micropeens.
Wolfgang Deo says, man, a lot of pent up money for micropene Nick. Dude, I don't get what's happening here. Like, again, you're going to run this thing for 5 hours. Just put it in a stock pot. Put it in a stock pot. Let it go. You don't need to put this in a slow cooker on a pressure cooker setting, like or the slow cooker setting on a pressure cooker. Why? Why? It's so fucking weird. I don't get it, man. If you got a pressure cooker and you're gonna make a soup, you have 45 minutes. That's it. You're done. You're done in 45 minutes, and it's a good soup. The only thing would be like, I guess if you're trying to, like, if you have like some serious beef or something that needs to go in there, but I fucking.
But, otherwise, you could put it on a stew and have it ready to go. So we could do it either way, I guess. It depends. All right, that's nice and warm, so add water.
Yeah, Leroy Gom, yes, it's all frozen vegetables, so that soup would be done in 20 minutes. Bring it to a boil, and it's finished.
All right.
I love his LED strip. That's great.
Then we just take our
He's got one over
pork,
the other side, too.
Sausage. This is just 1 pound of pork sausage.
Just a pound of Jimmy Dean. This should give you an idea of how big Kurt is. Like, Kurt's a big dude. Like, he's all around. He's just big and imposing and large. This isn't like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not calling him fat. Like, he is fat, and I'll do that in other places. But right now, just like the largeness of him. Like, look at his sausage fingers around that fucking pound of pork. It's tiny in his mitts. He's a big dude.
Fresh taste guaranteed, Jimmy Dean. Very exciting.
Why?
And again, of course, you can vary it up depending on what you want. You could do beef cubes.
Dick Masterson getting fat?
Chicken.
Oh, I will relentlessly mock him.
Just about anything. Pork, you can do anything. Just depends what you want. Today, I wanted a half pork, half.
Did you see Kurt was able to defeat the appetite-suppressing properties of the weight loss drugs with his gluttony? Kurt just said the fattest thing ever about cooking. And this is the thing I've noticed about large people is there's two things. They eat like a vacuum cleaner. They don't care what pairing flavors. They don't care about, like what goes together and what doesn't go together, what's complementary. They don't give a shit about that. And the other thing that we're not addressing in this video, I don't think, but it's just true about fats, and it's very important. If you are a large and you're trying to get down to a medium, this is what you need to stop doing. They eat. I mean, they eat constantly, but they eat meals when they're not hungry. Like they're like, oh, well, it's lunchtime. I have to eat a lunch. No, you don't. You don't have to eat. 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 That's a big problem with the larges. I used to work with this fat chick. She wanted me to fat shame her all the time. I'm like, I don't know how I didn't get fired, because I would just go into work like every day and just rip her apart, and she'd like open up food and I just start making fun of her immediately. But she would sit there and she'd be like, oh gosh, it's lunch. I'm not hungry, but I guess I'm going to go eat. I'm like, don't. You know what? Why don't you just sit down and not eat? Can you just try that, you fucking lardo? Like, what are you doing? Why would you go walking around to go find food to shove into your gullet when you're not hungry? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're trying to lose weight. Instead of eating, go to the bathroom and throw up some. Get rid of some of that. Gosh, she's gross. Elegant News says, roast beef like an Arby's sandwich. It takes time to develop that flavor, or lesbian curtains for you. Kurt literally put butter in his coffee instead of creamer. That's disgusting. How does this creature exist in the world? He's just walking around among people.
Of course, you can vary it up depending on what you want. You could do beef cubes. You can do chicken.
Why is this shitty paring knife shaped like a kukri? What is that thing doing?
Anything. Pork, you can do anything. Just depends what.
This is not a criticism. Like, this is a very serious thing. What's up with Kurt shakes? Like, his hands are shaking like crazy. Like, mind you, too, I'm not like my fingers are really stable right now, which is great. Wow, I like this. This is nice. They're not always like this. My hands shake a lot. They have for a long time, but they might have gotten worse with the drugs. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. But my hands shake a lot. But his hands are shaking like fucking crazy over there, right? Grifty says, under 200 pounds for the first time in 12 years, just don't eat. Exactly. Grifty, get it, brother. And by get it, I mean don't get it and put it in your mouth. Get it and throw it in the garbage.
What you want. Today I wanted a half pork, half sirloin beef. And
Could
that's
be
what I'm
nerves.
making.
Yeah, it could be nerves. His hands are like...
But, you can vary it up. And then if you were using chicken, obviously you use the chicken base bouillon. You'd vary the bouillon depending on what you're putting in it.
Watermark says, man, I need to do drugs. Don't do it, brother. Wolfgang Deo says, mind shake too. Maybe I should try cocaine.
Break that up, stir that in.
I don't know. Maybe. If you want to, I'm not going to stop you. I know he's stirring up soup, right? But that sounds fucking gross. It's just soup, but man, it's a...
Okay, good.
It's like he was hollowing out a victim.
Now, of course, sirloin, ground sirloin, 1 pound. I lived in Northern Virginia, yes.
What does that have to
Never
do with...
lived in Arlington proper, but I lived in Northern Virginia, in Alexandria.
That knife is sharp as a fucking... Like, what is happening with this knife? Get a sharp knife.
For a long time.
Jamestown, like, sharpen the knife. What? How do you walk around like...
Lived in Alexandria for like 15 years. Fairfax County. Stir that in. Use the knife to stir it in to help break it up a little bit. Okay.
It's so gross.
Good. Now let's see. Do I have any more vegetables? Let me see.
Let's check fridge.
Usually I have another bag in there. Yeah, it'll just be a little bit watery. That'll be fine. Be more soupy anyway. All right. So then we have our better than bouillon. This is the trick. Again, this is 1 tablespoon is 1 thing of bouillon. So it is to taste, and I'm going to go with 4 teaspoons today.
So, yeah, I was right. It's 1 tablespoon's a thing of bouillon. He's about to put in 4 teaspoons, which 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon. So you got 1 1/3 tablespoon. He's got 12 fucking cups of water. What? Or 20. It's for reference, to make a soup broth out of just bouillon, it's a cube per cup. Same with the base. It's a tablespoon per cup of liquid to make to use a soup base to make the soup.
Judge, we can all agree that the difference between Nick and Kurt is one is beefing with the pork and the other is porking the beef.
With a micropene that even I wouldn't hit.
That's right, Your Honor. Kurt is using his micropene. He is allegedly abusing the zucchini and carrots, too.
It's abusing the zucchini and carrots. The fuck? Here we go. Oh, my gosh.
Kurt's massive soup with many pounds of vegetables will not make up for that fact that he has a tiny micropene.
His soup is insane so far. I didn't think his soup would be crazy. I thought it would be normal. He lives alone. How much soup? Low watermark says, lol. That's all you could say. Oh, Jesus. teaspoon
Here,
in.
just a teaspoon like that.
Oh, not a teaspoon. He has no idea. Like this. That would be a teaspoon if it were level,
This,
man.
as far as secret ingredients goes, is the secret ingredient. And it's totally to taste. So I'm going to do about 4 today.
To taste.
I think that'll be for a nice, rich base.
You're about
Then,
to
of
cook
course, we need to add
vegetables.
salt and pepper.
Negro!
So
God
let's see.
damn it, you're about to cook vegetables for 5 fucking hours in the water. What are you talking about? You don't need it. You actually don't need the beef base at all. Like, you don't need it. You've got beef and pork and vegetables that you are going to cook in water for 5 hours. You're making broth. Like, what is... He's like, it's to taste. You're not doing it to taste. You're going to set it and walk away for 5 hours and come back. It's not to taste. You don't know what it tastes like.
La zuppa enorme di Kurt, ricca di chili di verdure, non compenserà il fatto che ha un minuscolo micro pene.
Thank you. For fuck's sake. He's about to cook this for 5 hours. He's like, I'm going to do this to taste. Can we have an Instapot with Incel Marathon instead of trial? Thank you.
See, what do we want to do in that thing then? Well, let's see. We've got this seasonal salt.
Yeah.
That's nice. Salt, pepper, salt, spices, chili pepper.
You're using bouillon or soup base to taste. Why are you about to dump a bunch of salt in there? A bunch of seasoned salt? Like, okay, it's fine. Don't let me stop you.
Black pepper, celery seeds, paprika. So that's a nice choice. We could do that.
No, it isn't.
Or, we could go Cajun. We could go.
Oh,
do a
Watermarks.
Creole
Good job
seasoning.
lately, Nick. Hey, thanks,
That
brother.
could be fun.
I appreciate it. Tony's is great.
Salt, red pepper, black pepper, chili powder, garlic. That could be fun. And then I've got some of this keto powder, all-purpose seasoning, all-purpose seasoning.
He's got keto power. Of course he does, right? Like, well, I got this keto power. This will help me lose weight.
Salt, chili powder, garlic powder, black pepper, onion powder, white pepper, cumin, cayenne pepper. That sounds good. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Oh my God. How much?
Mix that all in. Mix, mix, mix. Stir, stir, stir. Mix, mix, mix. Stir, stir, stir.
Whoa. Flavor Town. Oh my God. You're going to dry out of the liquid in the soup somehow with fucking salt. It's unreal. Like, when you, man, you don't realize that people live like this, do you? Like, I never do. I never think about this. And then you encounter it and you're like, people live like this. Like, there's someone out there who just dumped a fucking bottle of salt, of some seasoned salt into a bowl. It's like, yeah, this is part of my soup. What? Whoa.
Nick hat absolut keine Ahnung, wie man richtig kocht und sollte mit seinem Mikropin mit Kurt Liebe machen.
It's very. That's very 17 micropeens. We had a slow start to the micropeens. Now they're rolling in. It's great. Oh God, that fucking sloppy sound is so gross.
And we'll top it
No,
off with just a little bit more water.
top it off with some more water. Why don't you use filtered water? Like you have a water filter right there on your fridge. It's the base, like.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
And there is our soup.
Oh.
In all of its soupy glory.
Oh my God. Hold on.
All right. And there is our soup.
No. What is that happening? What is happening? That's all that seasoning just sitting right there on top. But okay, so I was about to say, guys, if you're making rice, if you're making noodles, if you're making soup. If you're making rice, noodles, soup, anything where 90% of the product is actually water, use filtered water. Use filtered water. I know it takes a little bit longer or whatever, but use filtered water. I mean, the water is the basis of your soup. Use the filtered water, for Christ's sake. What's up, J-Dig?
In all of its soupy glory.
Thank you, Rach.
Very healthy, too. Very healthy, too. You know? And that's all it is. That's all there is to it. You know, we just use 3 bags of this vegetable.
Hold on. It's very healthy. This is very healthy. HEB frozen vegetable soup mix. All right. It's $2. The frozen vegetable soup mix. $2. So if you want to try this out, you can do that. Let's see. Oh, I'm surprised. It's low sodium. I thought for sure it was going to be one of those things where it's just fucking loaded up with salt. No, it's a hat tip. It's not unhealthy. I wouldn't really call it healthy. Potatoes, carrots, peas. The majority is potatoes, so it's basically nothing. You know, carrots, peas, corn, green beans, lima beans. Lima beans, sorry. Okra, celery, onions. It's a weird fucking soup mix, man. I don't know. Not my thing. I like all those vegetables. I don't like them all in soup.
Vegetable soup mix. We used a pound of ground sirloin, a pound of pork, some better bouillon, some seasonal, water. Easy.
Some seasonal.
Easy.
Use all the seasonal in the county.
Let us plug in our Instapot and get this started.
I like okra. Okra's a weird, I don't know why it's so slimy when you slice it. You know, when you have unpickled okra and you slice it up and it gets all slimy and gooey. That shit's
soup
weird.
time. Soup time is glorious time.
If you have gumbo and then you have gumbo
soup
with
time
okra,
is glorious time for you and me.
Okra's fucking great.
For you and me. Soup time is glorious time.
He said lima beans, so I was just making
for
fun of that.
you
It's
and
lima
me.
beans.
You and me. Okay.
I'm not a fan of picking up an okra and eating it. I won't do that. But okra in gumbo, it makes gumbo better. And you're not going to taste the okra individually.
Come on.
Get on pot top.
Now, don't embarrass me in front of my friends, Instapot. That's not nice.
Don't worry, the Instapot isn't the problem, Kurt. How are you not able to do this? It's made for you to do this easily.
Why will you not go on?
How are you failing? This is the best part. How can you not put the top on an Instant Pot? He's getting so mad. He's starting to tard rage. Unplug it. Why would that help? If I unplug this thing. Hold on. We need a John Madden instant replay, guys. I can't get it on. I cannot do it. Here we go.
Huh.
Unplugs it. It plugs it back in. That's not gonna help. I don't understand. What is he thinking? Beep. The close open thing, this arrow right here tells you there's another arrow somewhere on this pot, and it points directly at where you need to go. Like, there's no mystery. These are the easiest things in the world. He's got it backwards. He probably has to just flip the lid 180 degrees and he'd be able to put it on. It's like, they're made to not allow you to fuck up. And here he is. He's like,
I don't want to twist onto there.
no, it goes the other way. There's a thing that you have to line it up with. Twist it harder. Just force it like a child.
Glorious time for you and me. You and me.
What are you doing?
Soup time is glorious time for you and me. Do.
He still can't. He cannot figure it out.
Why will you not twist on? That is.
Turn it around. He can't do it. He cannot figure this
Food in
out.
the crack. There is some food there. Think that's the problem?
No, that's not the problem. What are you talking about? Look at it. That's nothing.
You think that's the problem?
No.
Let's clean it up and see if we can see if that's the problem. Soup time is glorious time. You and me. You and me. Soup time is glorious.
I had no idea. I had no idea. I was like, oh, this soup is probably going to be super boring. That's the funniest shit I've seen in a while. Oh. Low watermark. This is so painful. I know.
Soup time. Glorious time.
Soup time is glorious time.
In the pots. Get all the crap out. See if that's the problem.
I have a project now. We got to make Soup Time is a Glorious Time as a new song. Like, that has to happen. This is so silly. What content is this?
Soup time is glorious time.
It's glorious time.
For you and me.
That's right. And 26 other people.
Together.
Because it's so much soup you're making. You hoover it down by yourself. Soup time is glorious time. He still can't do it. All he's got to do is turn it around. He has no idea. How is he not?
Aha! Got it.
It took like 8
See,
minutes.
time is glorious time for you and me. Got it. Now, let's see. What should we do? What
Oh
do
my
we
God,
want?
the
Each
arrows
stew?
on the front.
30
How?
minutes?
How did he do that? How did he
Have it
not
ready
do
in a
it?
half
And
hour?
then how did he do it?
So now it will get to temperature. And then once it gets to temperature, it's a 30-minute cook time.
Wolfgang Deo says, fat guy
And that will
tries
be
making soup for help.
glorious.
Comedy gold.
So, yeah.
Imagine if he was your dentist, right? Like, it's like they nitrous you, and then they're like, okay, here we go. I'm going to need you to open your mouth. No, don't give me soup. I don't want the soup. I want to know how it turns out. That's the worst part. Is he's just like, this is it. Goodbye, horses.
The vent thing is closed. The vent thing is in the closed position.
Good.
The vent thing is in the closed position.
I'm very glad.
So, all good stuff.
Time is glorious.
So it's all good.
Sandy
Did Kirk
Brown.
put frozen veggies in the damn soup? You're damn right he did.
I'm going to be thinking that all
Absolutely, he
day
did, of
tomorrow.
course.
Soup time is glorious time.
Pot will heat it up and cook it, no problem.
No problem.
Easy
5
peasy, man.
hours in an Instant Pot.
So yeah, you could do that as a straight vegetable soup, obviously. You don't have to add meat to it. You could.
It's going to look like fucking Vesuvius hit it. It's just going to obliterate the vegetables. 5 hours in an Instant Pot. I don't. Soup time is glorious time. Soup time is glorious time. You're doing 5 hours in the Instant Pot. You don't need that. You use the glass top that comes with it, the crock pot top. Why are you pressure cooking for 5 hours?
Switch up the meat, add chicken, pork, shrimp, kind of whatever you want to do. And it's all good.
No, you've got beef, a roast beef base. You've got a bunch of beef in there. You can't just do that. You can't do that, Kurt. There are rules. You can't just take out your gross pork combination and be like, no, just put some chicken in there. Oh, just beef and chicken together? Yeah, that sounds great. Just add some shrimp too. That's not insane. You're not cooking gumbo. You're not cooking fucking Cajun dirty rice. You can't do that. No, there are rules. There are rules.
So that will bring us to the end of Uncivil Law cooking time because people ask me about my soup.
Oh.
And that's how you make it. It's a vegetable pork beef soup. 1 pound of ground sirloin.
Yep.
1 pound of pork.
Yep.
Breakfast sausage mix from Jimmy Dean because I thought that would be nice.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like breakfast sausage from Jimmy Dean because I thought that would be nice. What do you mean you thought that would be nice? It's just a seasoned pork. Like it's just any seasoned pork would work. I won't say it would work. Like it would work the same. What? Like the Jimmy Dean? Like is that the luxury? Is that like buying a Cadillac? Well, I thought it'd be nice. Like what? No, like what is happening? I don't get it. I don't understand. Leroy Gum, you can cook guys, he didn't cook the sausage or the beef. There's no Maillard reaction on them. There's no the browning on the outside where all the flavor is built from having a meat, a protein. That's where the the heat is applied directly to the protein in a contact way, which causes a Maillard reaction discovered by a French poof. And it's like an extraction and caramelization of the proteins that are on the meats. And when you do that, you produce a flavor profile, and you produce a fond, and then the liquid goes in when you are making your soup. The liquid picks up the fond and adds all that flavor into the broth that you're making. So what he should have done was browned out. If you're gonna put fucking ground sausage and ground beef into your soup, I guess. But like, if you're gonna do that, you should saute using the saute or sear option or whatever it is, however it's called on your Instapot. You should do that with the meat in batches until all of your meat is browned on all sides. And again, I mean it in batches because Instapots have a fucking no surface area for the cooking. And so you like put in a little bit, and then you scoop it out after it gets browned up, and then you put in the next bit until you're done. Then you pour the liquid in, which you use to deglaze the bottom of the pan, and that forms kind of a nice meaty basis for your soup. You should also, instead of, actually a better option would be to chop up some onions, right? Like you chop up some onions and you put those in there. And as the onions begin to cook, they will pick up the beef fond, and they will also add onion flavor into it. And after the onions start to become translucent, you add celery and carrots, and you build this in fucking layers. And each time you do it, you add a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, maybe some different seasonings. And then once you've built up your mirepoix, which has pulled all of the beefy and sausagey goodness off the bottom of the pot, then you can add your meat back into the pot. You can add garlic. You should be adding garlic. You should maybe drop some tomato paste in there as well before you add the liquid, and get that tomato paste, concentrated tomato paste, to cook down a little bit. But you got to have garlic in there. What the fuck are you doing without it? You can put the rest of the vegetables in later, but not if you're using just bags of frozen soup mix. I'm sorry, I had to settle down.
And then 3 bags of frozen soup vegetables, courtesy of HEB, grocery store, which of course
he did not cook anything. He just took everything, threw it in the pot, added liquid. He's going to boil sausage and beef soup. He's going to boil sausage and beef for 5 hours. He's not going to, while sauteing them, extract the fat from the beef and the fat from the sausage, and add something in to emulsify with that, like a starch of some sort. I mean, he's got potatoes in the thing, but he's not gonna get like starchy potato water or a starchy pasta water to emulsify with the fat in the soup. So it's just gonna be floating disgustingly throughout the soup. It's gonna be it's gonna look like a fucking Exxon Valdez nightmare on top of this thing, because all of the oil is going to extract out just into water and boil up to the top and sit on the top. If you cook the beef and pork and render the fat out into the pan, and then you add the vegetables in, and then at least do it that way. Like if you don't want to take your time and build layers, but you're just like, I got these bags of vegetables. Just, okay, that's fine. Cook the fat out of this thing, render it out into the bottom of the pan, and then add your vegetables and coat those and let them pull as you cook them, it'll force the water out of the vegetables, and then they'll suck the pork and beefy juiciness into them, and they'll taste way better. And you wanted this grease stain floating around in your fucking finished food. This is horrible. Everything about this is wrong. Low Watermark says, Nick, please.
Of course, being a good Texan is the only grocery store I'm allowed to use.
No, there's Kroger.
So, yeah. So it should be good. Cheddar broccoli sounds good. Cheddar broccoli sounds good for sure.
Can you imagine how he would make a cheddar broccoli soup? He's like, well, I went out and bought 4 pounds of cheddar, and I'm melting it down right now, and I'm putting whole things of broccoli in there, and we're just going to set it on low for 12 hours. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it'll be good. I made the recipe. It's too much fat in the soup. It'll be fine. I've done it before. It'll be fine.
No kidding. You don't say. Too much fat in the soup? I'll be just fine. Of course you would say that. Oh my God. No, I'll be okay. I'll be just fine.
Don't tell me how to like my own soup. You know? That's the way I make it. You can make it differently. You can use less meat. You can use more veggies. You can mix it up. It's great. You can make it any way you want to.
Yeah, I'd make it great. That's how I would make it. I would make that same soup so much better. Like, it would be embarrassing. Maybe I should start just replicating all of the cooking videos.
You know, you could use half as much meat, so you just have a flavor, like a meat flavor. If you're doing that, you probably want to put
You just have a meat flavor.
in a little bit less of the bouillon, so it won't be as strong. But you know, you can kind of do anything you want to do.
I want to do everything.
And it's very
different.
healthy. It's very healthy.
No, it isn't.
You know, it's just fat, protein.
Okay. Jimmy Dean, 1 pound breakfast sausage. Right. This is a Jimmy Dean regular premium pork sausage, 1 pound sausage roll. Oh, God. Holy shit. Come on, where's the full details? This. Yeah. All right. Servings per container, 6. Just 6 of these things. All right. Calories from fat, 170. So now, per serving, there are 210 calories. There are 6 servings. It's 1,260 calories, right? So we're 1,260 calories. Don't worry, we have 19 grams of fat times 6, which comes out to just under 120 grams of fat. That's 30% of your daily fat per serving. So we could just, go ahead and that's 180% of your daily fat intake. Just with the pork. We haven't talked about the beef. He's talking about, is there any, there'd be fat floating around? Yes. Look at this sodium, 420 milligrams of sodium. It's 18%. Again, 6 times 18 is going to take you north of 100% of your daily sodium intake. And this is just the Jimmy Dean sausage. And then, of course, we get down. There's some protein. No calcium. Tiny amount of iron. No vitamins. Holy shit. Daytwa says, this soup makes your polycule look wholesome. No kidding. Holy shit.
Just throw the damn kitchen sink in it already. It's micropene vomit soup.
Disgusting. Absolutely putrid.
If I get 450 thumbs up, then I'll do a shot of whiskey here like good old times. Give me your micropene, to hell with the system, and rage against the machine. All lawyers are Satan. Fuck the police.
I agree with every one of those statements, except I can't do a shot. Can't do it. All right, we gotta wrap this up. We gotta finish this. Steal
And
yourselves.
veggies.
Some veggies.
And throw in a little salt, pepper, bouillon. That'll be great. Am I going to do bread with the soup? No, probably not. I save bread for like mornings.
That would be a step too far. Look at this look. Like, this is the look where you don't know if a man or a woman is about to beat you to death. But one of those two things is about to happen.
It is a healthy soup, Nicole. It's a very healthy soup.
No, it's not.
It's a very healthy soup. It's just pure ingredients, right? It's not processed.
And you have Jimmy Dean's breakfast sausage in there. That's very processed. What are you talking about? It's just pure ingredients. It's not processed at all.
Not a lot of processed ingredients. You know, it's just...
I mean, the better than bouillon soup base is a processed ingredient. Like, it's... I love it. It's great. It's just salt. Like, of course, salt and some, the flavoring of some protein. But it's a processed ingredient. No, there's no processed ingredients in here. What are you talking about?
Simple. So it's very healthy.
Not in the slightest.
At least the way I consider it to be healthy. It'll be good for me.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Cornbread cooked in a iron skillet, that could be good.
He stares. He just stares. Like, I know he's reading, right? I know he's just reading the chat, but it feels so icky, that stare when he's reading the chat. He's like, God, he's just looking right into me. You can see my teeth.
Fresh tomato soup, that could work.
If you make a fresh tomato soup, please, please, like, please do it.
Yeah, so today was a successful day, right? Today's a successful day for the health journey. You know, I had a nice day at the gym today, did my 20,000 pounds of lifting. I put that on my community tab, so you can see that workout that I did earlier today. And I had a good time, felt good to get it done. And then I came home, got some groceries delivered, and now I'm making soup. And that will last, obviously, for several days. You know, that will last for like 5 days. And
I'm pressing X to doubt. I bet that thing is gone in 2 days. About 2/3 of it gone today. And the next day he finishes it up. There's no way that thing lasts 5 days or whatever.
you know, so it's very economical as well.
Yeah, so
the groceries I bought today cost me like $70. I also bought some peanut butter and some I bought some peanut butter, which was about $10, because I bought 2 things of peanut butter because I use them for my smoothies.
You don't need peanut butter in a smoothie, Kurt. You're a monster. You're huge. What are you doing? If you're trying, bro, you do not need peanut butter. You need scoops of protein powder if you're doing it, because you need the minimal amount of everything anything else. Like you just need protein powder. You do not need to get your protein from fucking peanut butter. What the hell?
And I bought another 3 things of Phage yogurt. And then I bought 6 things of Crystal Light because I like to mix the lemonade with the peach tea.
Oh my God.
That's usually what's in my water bottle. Is 1 packet of peach tea, 1 packet of lemonade. Basically, you make kind of like an Arnold Palmer thing with Crystal Light. Really, really good. So that probably was, let's see, so there's probably $10 in the peanut butter.
Phage yogurt it's a brand.
In the Crystal Light for 6 of them, probably about $10. And the Phage yogurt was probably about $5, so $25. So there's probably about $45 maybe of stuff in there, and that will last for like 5 days. So it's pretty economical as well, and pretty healthy. So
today I bought 4 tenderloins. And I cooked them. And at the end of the cooking, I threw in a knob of butter. And then when they were done, I took them out. And then I took white rice from the Chinese place. And I cooked and soaked up the steak butter. And I added some eggs, of course, to make like an egg, like a basic egg fried rice. Nothing crazy, but it didn't matter. So I did this all in my cast iron pan. But so I got steak flavored fried rice with eggs and beef tenderloin. But it didn't last me for several days.
all good stuff. And you could also like mix it up. Like you could also put in beans in there if you want to. So you could make it with lentils if you wanted to. You could do that. That'd be good.
No. No, I don't want to do that.
You can kind of do what you want. Make like a multi-bean soup. I've done that before. Thrown in like a multi-bean thing in there before with some vegetables. Done that before too. That worked out pretty well.
Leroy, it was yesterday's fried rice that I dried out in the fridge.
So the cost of that's like probably like, because if I eat that like twice a day, that's probably like $7 a day worth of food, which is pretty economical. So that's nice. So that's good. Well, I'm going to sign off for now because that's the end of Uncivil Law Cooking Time. I hope you enjoyed Uncivil Law Cooking Time.
Unreasonably
if you did, remember
so.
to hit a like, leave a comment, let me know you like this stuff.
I love these.
It's all good.
I love these shows.
It'll be fun and exciting. And and I can cook. I can cook a variety of stews. I can cook chili. So ladies out there, yes, I can cook stews. I can cook chilies. And I also make a very good beef Wellington. I use Gordon Ramsay's recipe, but...
Oh my God, I want to see a Kurt beef Wellington. Wait, hold on. Is he saying ladies? Did I miss this? What am I doing? I'm getting tired. I think I missed something really important.
Lentils, if you wanted to, you could do that. That'd be good. Obviously, so you can kind of do what you want. Make like a multi-bean soup. I've done that before.
My brain heard it after he
said a multi-bean thing in there before with some vegetables. Done that before too. That worked out pretty well. So the cost of that's like probably like, because if I eat that like twice a day, that's probably like $7 a day worth of food.
$7 a day,
which is pretty economical. So that's nice.
Yep.
So that's good.
Pretty awesome.
Well, I'm going to sign off for now because that's the end of Uncivil Law Cooking Time. I hope you enjoyed Uncivil Law Cooking Time.
I did.
If you did, remember to hit a like, leave a comment, let me know you like this stuff. It's all good. It'll be fun and exciting.
Yep.
And and I can cook. I can cook a variety of stews.
Yeah.
I can cook chili.
A multitude of stews.
So ladies out there, yes, I can cook stews. I can cook chilies. And I also make a very good beef Wellington. I use Gordon Ramsay's recipe, but I have to say that I'm pretty good at it. It's my go-to date meal. So I make a very good beef Wellington, if I don't say so myself.
My man has a go-to date meal? How many dates do you go to? When do you ever get to use this? Guy, now I need to know. Holy shit. I can make a variety of stews. I love this too much. It's not even right. Ladies, I can make a variety of stews, soups, and my specialty is beef Wellington. I want to see his beef Wellington. Oh, God. Kurt, I want to see your beef Wellington so bad. I want to see it. I want to see it so much. Oh, my God. I bet it's like thick and just perfect.
I made it for my parents one time for Christmas. Worked out really well.
Did it?
So, and obviously, I can make burgers and stuff like that and hot dogs and all the rest of it. So, doing okay over here on Uncivil.
I can make some beef Wellington, also burgers and hot dogs. Oh my God.
The law thing. So it's all good. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all's well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.
I want to see him eat the soup.
Misfortune.
Tenebra says, Nick, there are court cases to talk about. Trump and Elon are worth talking about. Elon retweeting Still Gray yet again is worth talking about. But we're beefing over stew. Well, I went through 2 Supreme Court cases earlier. I tried, and then there was soup, man. And I didn't know. Do you understand this? I didn't know it was going to be like that. I'm like, 24 minutes of soup. How could this possibly be anything other than mundane? Like, it can't be. It was the same as the scrambled eggs. Like, 10 minutes of scrambled eggs. All right, this will be great. And then he just spills the scrambled eggs all over the fucking burner. And he just grabs his spatula and scoops them up and puts them back in the pan. And you're like, we are cooking with gas. Yes. There were 6 Supreme. There were 4 lights. I don't give a shit. We'll talk about them later. Who cares? Like, this is funny. Relax.
Yo, my nigga, I just woke up to you streaming some Micropene Losers cooking for Lazy Artist Show and said, hey, I missed this. Glad to have you back.
Thanks. I missed it too. I can't believe Kurt made all this content while I was gone.
I'm down 150 pounds doing keto and calorie counting, and what this guy does is offensive. His micropene having ass is besmirching pizza casseroles by making them shit and trying to add a side dish of out-of-state minor.
What was that soup song he was singing? What was the soup song? It's like Soup Country or something. Fuck. Soup time is the glorious time. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, I think that's about it for the show tonight. It's really late. This has been amazing. I love you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out and making this a fun night for me. I didn't know the stream was gonna go. I was like, oh, okay. I really need to stream. I want to stream. I've got these topics to talk about, etc. And then I've been away a long time, so you never know how things are gonna go. So I really appreciate you guys being here with me. It was a ton of fucking fun. I had no idea that the soup time was such a glorious time. Oh man. I will see you guys 4.5 hours to Karen Reed. I'm going to look like hell. It'll be great. Hey, what's up, JC the Music Man? Nice to see you. Low Watermark, thanks for the massive donations tonight, dude. I appreciate it, of course. That's awesome. And Valerie B, the scrambled egg one. I think we did it. What's today? Today's Thursday. I think we did it Wednesday. We did it on the Wednesday Karen Reed stream. It was only 10 minutes, so it's during one of the breaks. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'll put up the Karen Reed links, and then I'll see you guys in some of you. I'll see in a couple hours. The rest of you, working on finding ways to get more of the night content in. But of course, you know, when I'm doing the trials, it's like really hard to have stuff on both ends of the days. And the trial streams are kind of grueling because they're like 7 hours long. They get tiring, and then when I get done, I have to immediately like go help out with family and stuff. So it gets hard to do night streams after it. That's all. But that said, I love you all very much, and I'll see you soon. Have a good night, guys. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Peace. Peace. Soup time.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of that Freud. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what